And we welcome you to Rock Springs, Wyoming for the next stop on our Addicted Power Sports High School Rodeo Series. Good morning, Elan, Olliff, and Matt Petrie coming to you live from Rock Springs. I noticed the graphic is incorrect. We're going to fix that right now. But, Matt, after what we saw last weekend in Tremont and now last night in Spanish Fork, here we are in Rock Springs, home of our culminating event. It'll be the Wyoming State Finals here in June. We'll talk more about that a little bit later, but how excited are we to finally get to Rock Springs, where we get familiar with some of the best high school cowboys and cowgirls in the country?
You know, we had a great time in Utah. They put on a great show, and I expect the same here. It's exciting to be in our home state. And like you said, we've got basically the top 10 cowboys and cowgirls in every event today.
It is going to be nonstop action, and you don't want to miss a minute of it. This is the Addicted Power Sports High School Rodeo Series, as we are getting ready to kick this thing off. It's Rock Springs 1. We won't have coverage of 2, so this is our only stop here this week. But it has been an absolute pleasure to start things in Tremont. And later on this summer, we will end things in Rock Springs at the High School State Finals Rodeo here in Wyoming.
That'll be a full week of the top cowboys and cowgirls in the state.
We're going to go radio silent for the benediction. All right, we are ready. Excuse the throat. We are ready to get started here. And it looks like we will kick things off with the bull riding.
We're going to go with Hayden Welsh. He's going to be out first on X90. We're going to go with Hayden Welsh.
Hayden Welsh will be our first bull rider here today. Welsh comes to us from Gillette, home of the National Finals Rodeo for high schoolers. As he is getting set in that chute in the pink shirt, you can see him eating up the rosin on his glove, trying to make it sticky. We'll go ahead and update our ready results board. Our current leader, of course, Welsh will be our first, our first bull rider. And Matt, Here we go.
Hayden
First-
is the number 2 bull rider in the state, so this should be a good one to kick it off.
And unlike Utah, they don't cap the points that these young cowboys and cowgirls get at 70. So when we say this is number 1, number 2, they are the event leaders.
We've got the top 6 bull riders in the state to look forward to here.
There's 9 of them in total. Welsh nodded his head. Looks like the bull's being a little stubborn, that black and white one. On the inside, they're going to close it and try to get things ready.
Bull didn't finish his coffee yet.
It's 9:03. They are starting this thing right on time. We've got every high school rodeo event ahead for you. All the rough stock events, all the timed events. This is a complete rodeo here in Rock Springs. And here we go, Welsh. And that bull not wanting to cooperate. Well, there we go. There it starts going. He's going to get a rewrite option. There's no doubt about it. But look at this. Welsh is just going to spur him and let it go. Nice looking ride there by Hayden Welsh.
Always good to get a little practice in.
Yeah, you can bet he's going to get that rewrite option. So that will be a ride that I'm excited to watch a little bit later on as well. Just from the little bit we saw him, displayed some expert skill there.
He really sat the back of that bull like he knew what he was doing.
Yep. Next bull rider is Brenson Bartlett out of Cheyenne. Check that. We're going to move on to Braxton Patterson out of Grable.
Braxton's still looking to crack the top 10, so maybe this will be the ride that'll do it for him.
And it is, as we suspected, a re-ride for Welch, so we will see him later on today.
Like we said, just a little bit of practice. I expect him to ride the next one, full 8.
Yeah. So Welch from Gillette, Hayden Welch will get a re-ride option, and indeed he will take it.
Absolutely. Not going to turn down a chance to score some points.
Here's Grable's Braxton Patterson. Here we go. First one into his hand. Big brown bull. And he goes down early. Patterson decides to crawl under that bull.
That's not exactly the exit strategy you want.
Let's take a look at it on the Evanston Cowboy Days replay board. Moves away from his hand, and he is in a really dangerous position. Decides to crawl on out of it. And that'll now bring up our next bull rider.
Didn't hear who it was, did you?
Yes, it was Brenson Bartlett from Cheyenne.
All right. Mr. Bartlett. Last Saturday, he was second in Laramie with a 64, and he is your number 1 cowboy in the state.
Bartlett leading the bull riding. So we saw number 2 get a re-ride option. We will see number 1 right now. 9 bull riders, as you mentioned earlier, Matt. 6 of them, the top in the state.
The first 6, 1 through 6, are all here today.
And, man, we are going to have some awesome showdowns when we come back here in June for the State Finals Rodeo.
Between what we saw last night, I'm expecting these Wyoming Cowboys to hold up every bit of that.
Bartlett. Don't know the stock contractor for this rodeo, but I can tell you right now, they brought some high-quality stock.
There are some big bulls out there.
At first, that one we saw just now, great example. Here comes Bartlett. Into his hand, nice spinner here, really loafing the bull ride here, and he's on top of it. This is going to be an 8. Oh, he got flung forward right about the 6-second mark. And that's going to be a no score. Check it out on the Evanston Cowboy Days replay board. As we were still looking for that first qualified ride. Look at this. Bartlett has a great seat. He just kind of gets flung forward. And it's a no score for Bartlett.
You can see why he's the number 1 bull rider in the state, though. He sat that bull like he's been on him before and just missed his time by about a half a second.
Looks like we're getting a freshman bull rider now. I didn't catch the name there,
I did
you?
not either.
Our bull riding brought to you today by Addicted Power Sports. Of course, Addicted Power Sports headline sponsor for the Addicted Power Sports High School Rodeo Series. Whether it's for work or play, check out Addicted Power Sports in Evanston for a great selection of dirt bikes, road bikes, ATVs, and side-by-sides.
Bull's getting a little wild in the chute.
Haven't heard the name or haven't been able to catch the name from the announcer here. But either way, we're going to nod this one away from his hand. Nice ride here. Oh, gets thrown out the back door. And it's another no score.
Spinning bull like that is a tough one to stay on.
I think that's Gavin Fernikas from Gillette.
Yep.
Takes a no score. As we go back to our live camera. Looks like we're going to move on into that second bank of buck and shoots all the way over to far right. Let's go ahead and take a look at that replay real quick as this bull goes away from his hand. And I tell you what, I'm impressed with the potential and just the first skill that we have seen from the bull riders here in
Absolutely.
Wyoming.
And these the stock contractor here is Jackson Hole Rodeo.
This is Buskin Wilson out of Jackson. So probably familiar with these bulls right here. As he is getting warmed up in the buck and shoot. Bullfighters ready to go all the way to the far right here at the Sweetwater Events Complex. Beautiful indoor arena that we have here.
Absolutely love it. There was a few white flakes this morning, so glad to be inside.
Yep. Of course, this is also the site of the 2023 WHSRA State Finals Rodeo. Taking place June 5th through the 10th. We will be here live on mylocalradio.com, so if you can't make it to Rock Springs for all the action, don't miss any of it live here on the Addicted Power Sports High School Rodeo Series.
We'll see a lot of these same cowboys that week.
Yep.
Cowboys and cowgirls.
Yep. Looking for that first score of the day. We've seen 3 with a reride option. It was Hayden Welsh from Gillette who got the reride, who's going to come up a little bit later on.
Buskin was not in Laramie last weekend, so he should be well rested and ready to ride this bull.
Slides up on the rope, and here we go. This one away from his hand. He's in a little bit of trouble, sucks his way back up to his rope. Good move here, gets thrown ahead. Oh, close call. Get out of there. As let's go ahead and check that out on the replay board. See, he just gets thrown away from his rope, then is somehow able to get his way back there. But unfortunately, is thrown out and away. That's a no score.
That's where the cowboy lifesavers, the bullfighters, come in and protect those cowboys.
Absolutely. So we'll now move on to, I think this is Owen Monfeld from Cody. Is our next bull rider. Of course, Cody known for their athletic prowess. Girls state basketball champions at the 4A.
Last Sunday, Cody was the #1 bull rider in Laramie with a 65. Overall, he's the #5 bull rider in the state.
So we've got ourselves a bull riding here in Rock Springs, looking for that first score. As I mentioned, Cody, an athletic town. State baseball champions at the 1A. State girls basketball champions. Runner-up in football after 2 straight years of winning the championship. Rodeo is no different.
Something tells me these Cowboys and Cowgirls are on some of those other teams from Cody as well.
Yeah. Owen Monfelt from Cody. You mentioned he won Laramie last week.
Won Laramie last Sunday with a 65.
This one into his hand. Oh, and he's in trouble. Has to go out the back door, sneaks away, and he's going to get away cleanly, no problem. Unfortunately, though, that is a no score on the Evanston Cowboy Days replay board. That is a big, tough bowl that Jackson Hole Rodeo has brought here to Rock Springs. That'll now set it up for Dalton Willis out of Cheyenne.
Dalton rode last Saturday in Laramie, and he was the #1 Cowboy on Saturday. He was first with a 69.
So the last two winners, Laramie on Saturday, Laramie on Sunday, going back to back, still looking for that first qualified ride.
Dalton is your #3 Cowboy in the state.
Over the halfway mark in the bull ride, and the Bulls can't throw a shutout here.
Not today. Not on a day like this.
No. Of course, comes to us from the capital city, Cheyenne. Tell you what, just in the few minutes, this is our first Wyoming high school rodeo that we've streamed on mylocalradio.com. And just in this first 10 minutes, I am giddy for the state finals. There is going to be some awesome rodeo June 5th through the 10th. Why don't you join us?
Absolutely. If you can't make it to Rock Springs, check us out on mylocalradio.com.
We got you covered. Big thank you to the Utah High School Rodeo Association allowing us to stream at Tremonton last Friday, and then last night in Spanish Fork. Had a great rodeo there. 89 team roping teams.
You know, the amazing thing with that is they got through it in about an hour and a half.
Yeah, the whole rodeo took under 4 hours,
Absolutely.
which was impressive. Here, Wyoming, they announced in the events where they have a lot of entries, they're going to actually break it up. So it'll keep moving fairly quickly. So
I believe they said they want to get through the rough stock by noon today.
I think that I heard the whole rodeo by noon, considering we're starting at 9. So we'll see what happens. Here comes Willis. Here he goes. Oh, Bull started out. Let's check it out on the Cowboy Days replay board. Bull comes out of the chute. He starts going into his hand. This is where you want it to be. He feels very confident, starts spurring this thing, but all of a sudden just loses his momentum, shoots him out the back. And that is a no score. Our bull riding brought to you by Addicted Power Sports in Evanston. So this is Owen Monfelt. So we might have missed a ride earlier. We'll find out who it is, probably just by process of elimination, but it's a no score that we thought was Owen Monfelt. Here comes the winner on Sunday in Laramie.
With a 65 and your #5 overall, Cowboy.
So, and it is a log jam at the top. Any one of those top 5 guys could win the state title.
We've actually got the top 6 here today, so they're all jockeying for position.
Monfelt slides up on his bull rope. Here we go. Nice big high jump from this white bull. Monfelt keeping track of this one. Stay with him. Tries to keep forward. Got flung forward a little bit. There it is.
Your ride.
Our first qualified ride of the morning. It goes to Cody's Owen Monfelt. Check this out on the Cowboy Days replay board. Look at this. This bull threw everything it had at him. There was no pattern. There was no consistency. He had to really just take it to him and manage every move. We're waiting for the score. Waiting for the score here for Owen Monfeld out of Cody.
Looks like your next Cowboy will be Ashton Slaw out of Manila, just down the road here.
Yep. Waiting the score from Monfeld. But Slaw already ready to go in that far left chute, pink shirt, black vest.
Ashton's your #6 Cowboy, so looking to move into the top 5.
Slaw is a heck of a basketball player out of Manila. Pretty good bull rider, too. Oh, gets hung up And down he goes. Still waiting on score for Owen Monfeld. How about a 67 for Owen Monfeld out of Cody? And he leads it. He's the only qualified ride, so the Bulls don't get the shutout.
One is nice, but let's get another one.
So this is Ashton Slaw. Oh, wait. I think Slaw just went. We're waiting to see who this new bull rider is. This has got to be Colton Bonenberger or Braylon Sifford from Encampment. Still to come, William Roan Prophet out of Diamondville. Trying to figure out who this bull rider is. We are at the mercy of the information that's given. Either way, here we go. Into his hand, slung forward. Oh, and he's in trouble. Caught up in the well. Gets slung around. That is the most scariest spot to be on a bull ride. Luckily, he is okay. Up, no problem. So I think that was Ashton Slaw who did get a no score just now, is what they said. So not sure who that was before. This is Balin Sifford from Encampment coming up next.
Balin's fighting to get into that top 10, hopefully with this ride.
Well, there's some opportunity there. Only one qualified ride, and it is by Owen Monfeld out of Cody, a 67-point ride. So if any time there's an opportunity, now it is.
Absolutely.
Impressed with the way that the High School Rodeo Association Wyoming here runs things. It is moving.
It is on time, step by step.
Yep. You know, it's Wyoming. They take rodeo very seriously here. Unofficial state sport. Oh, my, ew, and in trouble, gets out of there. Sifford giving everybody a little bit of a scare, but he is okay as he's able to just kind of swing out of there. Usually we have two cameras to use as a cutaway camera, but unfortunately our second camera is showing some malfunctions. This is the re-ride, Hayden Welsh, that we saw earlier in the day where the bull kind of quit on him. We might have some turnouts here. It might be the situation. I believe this is our final bull rider.
Just as a reminder, he's your number 2 cowboy in the state.
Of course, we got the steer wrestling coming up right after this. There we go. That bull kind of stumbles coming out of the chute. He jumps up high. Nice move here. Go. Oh, look at this. Starting to spur. Hanging on. That's your leader. Guaranteed.
Absolutely.
Wow.
That kid can ride some bulls.
Check it out on the Cowboy Days replay board. Look at the jump that bull puts in right there. And he's spurring him at the same time, showing he owns this bull. Looking for the score. I don't know if it's immaterial. He won this bull riding just now.
He did, for sure.
From Gillette, Hayden Welsh. $70 points,
70
and
points.
Hayden Welsh is your winner in the bull riding. We'll turn it over to the Ready Results Board, brought to you by Ready Safety and Excellence in Industrial Services since 1982. It's Hayden Welsh out of Gillette with a 70, Owen Monfeld from Cody with a 67. That concludes our bull riding, brought to you by Addicted Power Sports. Whether it's for work or play, check out Addicted Power Sports in Evanston for a great selection of dirt bikes, road bikes, ATVs, and side-by-sides. Our next event will be the steer wrestling, also brought to you by Addicted Power Sports, here on the Addicted Power Sports High School Rodeo Series on mylocalradio.com. Elan Olliff and Matt Petrie, and man, how about Hayden Welsh? He's the first bull rider scheduled to go out. The bull doesn't even go, but you could tell from the get-go that he was going to be a contender in this one. He only got about 3 seconds worth of a bucking bull in his first ride, and he owned it. And this was not a easy bucking bull either. He owned it. He gets a ranker bull in the re-ride option, takes full advantage of it, and he is the winner of the bull riding here today.
And his second bull actually stumbled coming out of the
Yeah.
chute, so he almost lost it about 3 times.
Unbelievable. Let's check it out on the Cowboy Days replay board. Just look at this move right there. And just this bull
Clear
is
off the back of the bull.
Yeah, and somehow he sucked off of his rope, able to bring himself back on top. And I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, he earned that bull riding win today. He was the number 2 cowboy in the state coming into this one. He may not be anymore.
I think he might put a number 1 by his name.
Yeah, and we will be very excited to see him in Rock Springs in June. This is fantastic.
Absolutely.
All right, we move on to the steer wrestling here in Rock Springs. 9 of the best in the state. Dane Humes from Moorcroft is number 1 on the day sheet, so we believe he will be first. Here in the Bulldoggin', this is the event where you have to jump off a horse, bulldog it to the ground. Clock stops when all 4 legs are pointed in one direction. There is one penalty rule, and that is the barrier. And the easiest way to explain that is inside. Cullen Pace, our expert cameraman, doing a great job highlighting that Prefert blue timed event chute. And you see the rope kind of hanging on the side of that chute. That is the barrier rope. So what happens is inside that timed event chute, they will slip a kind of a broken collar around the neck of the steer or the calf. That collar is completed by a white string. When the steer or the calf runs out of the chute, that collar will release. After they break that string, it'll release the barrier. So the steer or the calf gets a fraction of a second head starts, and if you violate that head start, meaning if the cowboy leaves the timed event box before that barrier releases, it's a 10-second penalty, and it absolutely kills your run.
Absolutely. And looks like the winning time last week in Laramie on Sunday was a 4:22, so you can imagine what a 10-second penalty does to you.
It takes you out of the running. It ends your day. It's tough to come from. So the steer wrestler will be entering the right side of the roper's box. The hazer, whose job it is to keep that steer running down the center of the arena, he will be on the left side. So all the action taking place with the young man riding out of the right side of the roper's box. He's the one responsible for the barrier. The hazer can break the barrier if he wants. It's completely inconsequential. It's all on the bulldogger, and he is the one that has to get the job done. The hazer's lone job, keep that steer running straight down the middle. This is traditionally the big man event in rodeo, but as of late, we've seen it's gone from more offensive linemen to linebackers in the sport. You can think names like Sid Steiner, Luke Branquino, Tyler Wagisback for that type of transition.
And that's what these kids are all aspiring to be, is have their name mentioned with those ones.
Yep. Our first cowboy on the day sheet, it's Dane Humes out of Moorcroft.
Dane is your number 7 cowboy in the state right now.
All of these results, by the way, unofficial. Here we go. Good run to the barrier. Oh, and the steer just kind of stops early on him and says, no, you're not going to get me today. Fortunately, it's a no time for Dane Humes. Carson Ewing is our next guy. So maybe that. And Carson Ewing out of Douglas, big name in the wrestling world in Wyoming.
Carson's your number 2 cowboy in the state right now.
Not a surprise at all, considering what he is capable of in the wrestling mat.
Last Saturday, he was a 9-1-5 in Laramie, and then Sunday he was a 16-82. So I imagine there was a broken barrier there.
Yep. Like I said, a broken barrier kills your run. 9 of the best in the Cowboy State. Coming at you live on mylocalradio.com. A big thank you to each and every one of you tuned in. here live from Rock Springs. You got lots of family that would love to be at the rodeo here in Rock Springs, but rodeo is a unique sport. It's a circuit. Everybody meets up at one place in the state, and with how big and how spread out Wyoming is, it's important to be able to have stuff like this to help highlight the talents here of these cowboys and cowgirls and support the family that is support them. It's not a cheap sport at all.
It puts a lot of work on mom and dad as well.
For sure. Carson Ewing out of Douglas is our next competitor. Trying to get that steer to face forward, get the horse to settle. You have to have everything person before you nod the head. Here we go. Takes a run at the barrier. Steer comes to the left. Ewing catches it. Now hook the nose. Try to flip the steer, get that steer to fall, and he does. And waiting for the time for Ewing. 6:68. Pretty good time there for Carson Ewing.
That tops either time he had last weekend, so good for him today.
Brings up Talon Larson out of Gillette. Gillette, of course, the host of the 2022 and 2023 National High School Finals Rodeo. It's where they crown our world champions. The rodeo will have in June the Wyoming State Finals Rodeo. The top 4 in every event will be moving on to Gillette. Next year, though, it comes back to Rock Springs. Trying to catch this one. Man, what a reach. Unbelievable effort there from Larson. Ew, and the steer folds up on him. You got to kick it over and get him to lay down. Flagman drops the flag. Let's see what the time is. Check it out on the Cowboy Days replay board. 24:05. Look at that steer just kind of folds up on him. And you have to stop the clock with the steer having all of its legs falling towards the side. Big thank you to Cullen Pace being our camera person today. Who's this coming up?
I didn't quite catch the name.
So we had I think this is Dane Humes actually out of Moorcroft is what he just said.
Okay.
So they went out of order on the order that we were given originally. Again, we're kind of at the mercy of what information we get. Oh, and the steer slow out of the box. And Humes is not going to get a chance.
It's probably one of the most frustrating things in this event is when the steer comes out and slams on the brakes.
Yep. And he says, yeah, he gives a thumbs up, says, yeah, we're not going to take a time here. Now bring up, I believe, Trenton Sheehan. Or check that, Jace Mayfield.
Jace Mayfield's number 4 right now. Does not look like he rode in Laramie last weekend. Or rode.
They might have announced that Mayfield was actually starting the next group.
Okay.
Not, we'll see. It's hard to kind of hear a little bit. Did you hear a name by any chance? Did you hear a name on who this is by any chance? Looks like we're getting set for the bronc riding as our next event. The leader, Carson Ewing, with a 6:68 currently. Let's go ahead and update that on our ready results board. No surprise there. If you know high school wrestling, you know the name Ewing. Waiting to find out who this next. They might have be giving him another steer. This looks
like they are.
Like Dane Humes, I believe. I think they're giving him another steer because the steer kind of stopped
on him.
Yeah,
Yep.
so it's kind of equivalent to a reride option. Here we go. Barrier releases. He's got a steer running now. Good catch. Now he's going to hook the nose. Oh, steer's fighting him. Keep fighting, Dane. Keep pulling. They got 20 seconds to get a run here. Oh, he is trying hard here.
Give that cowboy some credit.
Set up, hook the nose. Come on. Pull, pull. There it goes. Yes. 28-16. Was that? Maybe that was Trenton Sheehan. Not sure. Either way, we're going to go back to the bronc riding. We'll figure out what happened there. And I believe we're going to get started with the bareback riding, brought to you by Y-High.
Y-High Federal Credit Union. Visit Y-High Federal Credit Union for all your personal and business loan needs.
All right. In the bareback riding, we have 8 of the top of the Cowboy State. As soon as so that time we just saw, it looked like Dylan Hume. It looked like the same Cowboy.
It did look like him.
And I think we're going to start with Trenton Sheehan out of Rosette when we return to the steer wrestling after some bronc riding. Jacob Cook, Ian Smith, Rhodey Farrell, Mason Means, Grady Edwards, Kale Rozwadowski, Chaz Dewey, and Tucker Caricato are bareback riders here today.
7 of these 8 are within the top 10, including the, let's see, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
Waiting to find out who that first bareback rider is going to be. Actually, we're going to saddle bronc riding.
Bronc. Here we go.
Ty Scarborough out of Pine Bluffs, our first man up here in the saddle bronc riding, and we have a new sponsor for the saddle bronc riding. Of course, it is
My Life Financial.
Yep.
Your insurance needs are always changing, and My Life Financial can help you with all your insurance needs. Call My Life Financial at 435-557-3170.
Ty Scarborough out of Pine Bluffs. This is the event where it's upright on a saddle. Let's see if he can show us an example. He will. This is a buck and bronc event, and you want those spurs on the shoulders of that bronc when the back feet are up, and then you want your feet back at the saddle when you have all 4 feet on the ground. It's kind of a rhythmic type event. Got to stay on for 8 seconds, no score. Now brings up Jaron Jansen out of Casper, our next bronc rider.
Jaron's looking to move into the top 10 here.
So looking for that first qualified ride. Jaron Jansen out of Casper in chute number 2.
One thing to watch for at the beginning of the ride is any yellow hankies hitting the dirt. Of course,
And
that means they missed the mark out.
It just turned out a horse, so someone no-showed here today. So we'll have 8 total bronc riders. First, I got to escort that bronc they just turned out of the arena before the next cowboy can go. That's Jansen out of chute number 3. Of course, Jansen out of the capital city. Chute number 2. What do we have on Jansen?
Jansen did not ride last week, and it looks like he's trying to break into the top 10 here. Of course, we're early in the spring rodeo season, so.
Only rodeo number 3, I believe.
Right.
And it all culminates here in Rock Springs at the 2023 Wyoming High School State Finals Rodeo. We'll have that live on My Local Radio June 5th through the 10th. Here's Jansen. Nice mark out there. That's where he had his feet up on the shoulders for the first 2 bucks, but this paint horse says, I would like a short work day, please.
But now I've got to show off a little bit.
Yeah. Check it out on the Cowboy Days replay. Fortunately, can't stay on. It was a good mark out. He just loses his saddle early. You got to. The number one thing with saddle bronc riding is you got to you got to pull in that rein. You got to keep pulling, and then you have to keep your chin down. You want to direct all of your body mass down on that saddle. If you go airborne, that's game over, and unfortunately, that's what we saw with Jansen.
It's really tough to recover from that.
Can you tell this is my favorite event, Matt? I've done a lot of research.
I had an
this
inkling that this might be one of your tops.
My dad did this when he was younger, and one year we went to the NFR, and we didn't know it. It was Eliminator bronc riding night. And that's, for the uninitiated, the NFR National Finals Rodeo. It's 10 straight nights of rodeo to crown the world champions in the PRCA Professional Rodeo Cowboys Association. And the Eliminator pin are the baddest broncs in the world. 15 of the best cowboys against 15 of the rankest broncs. It is an awesome night. It was one of my all-time favorite sporting events I've ever attended in person.
The Super Bowl of rodeo.
Yeah. And the whole town shuts down for it. I mean, the Las Vegas becomes Cowboy City for 10 days in December. Would love to go back.
We'll get back there.
Waiting to find out who this next bronc rider is. Whoever it is, he's getting set, ready to go right now. Either way, he's going to nod his head. We'll get his name a little bit later. Good mark out. Oh! But a tough dismount. I guess they didn't get info either.
Nope. No,
That was Wyatt Knight from Gillette. No score. So the announcer must have just gotten it as I'll bring up, I believe he said
Jake Schlattman.
Yep, Jake Schlattman from Grable.
Grable.
Number 1 on the day sheet.
And number 1 in the state.
We've seen the number 1 bronc rider the last 2 weekends in Utah. That is a young man by the name of Hayes Madsen. He is a very talented bronc rider. And I'm sure the number 1 man here in the Cowboy State, just as talented, is Jake Schlattman out of Grable.
He won both days last week in Laramie, Saturday with the 76 and Sunday with the 61.
So we definitely know what he is capable of. Our biggest thanks to our clock and results board sponsor, that is Ready, Safety and Excellence in Industrial Services since 1982, and our replay sponsor to Evanston Cowboy Days, PRCA Rodeo. Catch Chauncey Williams on Friday, September 1st in PRCA Rodeos with a host of other family fun from September 2nd through the 4th. Visit evanstoncowboydays.com for complete schedule and tickets. Schlotman from Graybull, the senior. #1 man in the state, swept Laramie, as you mentioned, Matt. Here we go. Good looking bronc ride here. Check this out. This is how you do it. Oh, and he got rocked back a little bit. And unfortunately, that's the end for Schlotman.
Just got a little bit loose on that rope.
Well, the first Utah bronc riding we broadcast, we had 13 bronc riders, 1 qualified ride. And
we've got 3 more chances here, so let's get another one.
Cole Krickmeyer out of Jackson Hole. Familiar with these broncs, as this is Jackson Hole Rodeo, one of the top stock contracting companies in the region. Tell you what, if this is any taste of what we are in for over a few days in Rock Springs, here at Rock Springs at the State Finals Rodeo, it is going to be fun, fun, fun.
The first week in June cannot get here soon enough.
Nope.
Cole's out of Jackson. He's not ranked in the top 10 right now and does not look like he rode in Laramie last week, so we'll see what he can do this weekend.
The bronc that dumped off the top man in the state, taking more than a few victory laps.
Making sure the crowd gets a good look at him.
Yeah. It's almost like he's over here taunting the crowd. Remember me.
I'll be back.
Yeah. Remember my name. Well, we will definitely remember that bronc. That is for sure.
Speaking of that, we've got a great crowd here today.
Oh, absolutely. Cole Krickmeyer out of Jackson. Our next bronc.
Here we go.
Oh, and we talked about it in the orange flag on the dirt. Means he missed him out. Didn't get his feet up on the shoulders for the first 2 jumps. But we talked about earlier, you want to direct all of your weight, all your mass down. Unfortunately, Krickmeyer went up.
Got his chin a little high, as you mentioned.
Got 1, 2, 3 more broncs. It's going to be Colby Smith out of Burns. The senior.
Colby is your number 4 ranked saddle bronc rider. Bareback. Yeah, saddle bronc.
Yeah. We've got 2 more saddle bronc riders left.
Colby was number 4 last Saturday in Laramie with a 60.
Looking for our first score. However, I see 3 broncs in there. We might have a JV bronc rider sprinkled in there. Oh, we do have 3. Sorry, Ryan missed Ryan Nunn. So still to come, William Roan Prophet, Ryan Nunn, and a Colby Smith, though, our next bronc rider. Chute number 4 here at the Sweetwater Events Complex. Can you believe we are an hour, 44 minutes through this rodeo? We're already coming towards the end of our 3rd, I guess you can say, event. Granted, they did split the steer wrestlers up into 2 flights, but they are keeping things moving here.
You know, this is the way to run a rodeo.
Yep. Really, every rodeo we've been to has been very well run. Of course, Tremontans. I don't think I'll ever forget the 4 o'clock performance at Tremont. That was our first kind of real rodeo broadcast. We had the one early in the morning with the with some roping events and some timed events. But that was kind of the first time we kind of feel like figured out and got some footing here. And then that was just a blast. Last night was incredible. Definitely one to remember. And I'm very impressed so far with Rock Springs and the Wyoming High School Rodeo Association.
Absolutely. It's just hundreds of hours ahead of time to put these rodeos on.
Colby Smith from Burns. Our next bronc rider, pink shirt, black hat, black chest protector vest. The judges awaiting his ride. Again, 8 seconds. You got to make the whistle to get a score. Right now, the Broncs winning this one by a landslide, but all it takes is one. Points up for grabs in the state standings. 10 for a win, 9 for second place, and so on all the way through the top 10. And Pro Rodeo, though, if you're the only one to get a ride or get a time, you take all the money.
You take the check home.
Yep. So I don't think you'll get 20 points or whatever it is, whatever that number is.
This horse has got a little stage fright.
So they're going to go ahead and shut it, reset. Colby Smith out of Burns. Laramie was the last stop for these Cowboys and Cowgirls. We'll see some Cowgirl events a little bit later on. Smith, there we go. And here, good-looking bronc ride here by Smith. Just hang on. See how he's pulling with his rein, reaching with that free hand. This is good, and he's going to go straight to the lead. Colby Smith of Burns. So for sure the leader. Question is how much? But Colby Smith of Burns with a fantastic bronc ride.
Absolutely. Did you see how short he had that rope?
Yep. 61 points for Colby Smith. The other thing we talked about, keeping his head down, pulling on the rein, stretching that free hand, and moving the upper body with the bronc.
Staying in that saddle.
Yep. Believe they said this is going to be William Roan Prophet out of Diamondville. He was supposed to be in the bull riding. I don't know if we saw him or not.
I don't think we saw him today. William's older brother, Donnie, rodeos for the University of Wyoming. And also travels with Casey Field, who he actually beat earlier this year.
And for the uninitiated, Casey Field's a 4-time world champion. So you beat Casey Field, you know what you're doing.
Absolutely.
So keep an eye on that name in the future. Hey, are the Prophets the next rights?
I was going to say, this is your Wyoming version of the rights.
Here we go. It's William Roan Prophet out of Diamondville, over by Kemmer. Here we go. And the horse falls down. That's a reride option right there.
Absolutely.
So we'll see Roan Prophet later on. That'll probably happen a little bit later on in the day.
I'm not sure I've ever seen a horse come out and just roll over like that.
Well, it was interesting. As soon as Prophet came off him, he's like, "Oh, now we'll do the pattern. We'll do what we usually do." I'll move on to Rodeo Marsh out of Minutair. I believe that's how you say that.
I believe so. Let's see. Rodeo was number 2 last Saturday in Laramie. Last Saturday with a 70-point ride, so this kick and ride, he's also your number 2 cowboy in the state.
Number 2 cowboy in the state with the number 1 man going down. Of course, that was Jake Schlattman from Gray Bull. Big opportunity here to make a move here. Waiting for the go-ahead. Sets things up.
Trying to get that horse's head. There we go.
There we go. Marsh, good looking spur right here. See how he gets those feet forward, then brings them back in rhythm with the horse's bucking. And that is a good looking bronc ride. We'll see if it takes the lead. The spur ride, I'd say, was a little bit better than Smith. But at the same time, Smith might have looked like he had more upper body control on that bronc ride. We'll see what this comes down to for the judges. 67. So Rhodey Marsh does indeed go to the top with a 67. Ryan Nunn will be our next saddle bronc rider.
Ryan Nunn out of Lovell. He was number 3 last Saturday and number 2 last Sunday in Laramie with a 64 and a 54 respectively. He's your number 3 cowboy in the state.
Looks like we might be moving on to steer wrestling and then come back for our bronc riding, our saddle bronc riding, brought to you by My Life Financial. We're going back to the steer wrestling. So we'll move on to the steer wrestling brought to you by Addicted Power Sports. Let's go ahead and kind of recap where we are at here on the results board. Carson Ewing leads with a 6 and 68. Talon Larson a 28.05 and a 28.16 by Dane Hughes of Moorcroft sits in third. Matt, a big gap between first and second in this one right now.
You know, a couple of those, one of the longer-term ones was from Dane Humes was just not going to give up on the steer.
Yeah, that was all try.
No penalties or anything there. He just stuck with it for that long to get him down. But there, it is wide open for the rest of these guys to take the lead.
Yep. Back to the Bulldogging, brought to you by Addicted Power Sports. Whether it's for work or play, check out Addicted Power Sports in Evanston for a great selection of dirt bikes, road bikes, ATVs, and side-by-sides. I thought of another tagline for Addicted Power Sport that they said at our live remote that I don't know if I can say right now.
I think we'll leave that one lie. But do go see Tim and all the fine folks there. They'll make the best deal for you.
All right. Just a reminder, this is the Bulldogging event where the rider dismounts the horse mid-run, mid-gallop, wrestles the steer to the ground, bulldogs it, wraps his arms kind of around the horns. Then you'll see him take another forearm, hook the nose, try to throw the steer over, and then all 4 legs need to fall in one direction in order for the clock to stop. One thing I'm noticing here that's different than Wyoming, and that is that they're having contestants haze each other. Utah, we saw last night, you saw a lot of coaches, you saw a lot of adults, but
usually you see dads or brothers or
but contestants are hazing each other. Thank you. Yeah, remember that 6 and 68.
6 and 68 for Carson Ewing.
Yep, leads the rodeo right now. Didn't catch who this was. I believe this might be Trenton Shaheen out of Rosette. Oh, and that steer decides to do what we've seen a few times today, and that's just kind of stumble out. He's going to chase it down. He's looking to finish this run himself. Throws him.
Wow.
And that was
some bulldogging.
Yeah. That was one of those runs that if everything goes right, he's looking to challenge for the lead. Gets a handshake. $12 and $60 the time, I believe, for Trenton Shaheen.
I believe it was Tig Goodman.
Oh, it was Tig Goodman. Okay. So, our next Bulldogger. This is T. Goodman.
Okay. So that
from Green River. I believe that was Trent Shaheen out of Rosette.
Right.
So this will be T. Goodman from Green River.
Hometown cowboy here.
Yep. Rock Springs, Green River, separated by about 10 miles. He wants to make state. Love to sleep in his own bed.
How would that be?
Oh, my goodness. It definitely gives you an advantage. That is for sure. By the way, we just got a shout out from the PA announcer, so thank you so much to the Wyoming High School Rodeo Association for bringing that to people's attention. We appreciate it.
You know, Dixie Huxtable from the state, and then Tony Pendleton, the secretary here, made this all possible for us.
T. Goodman, Green River, our next Bulldogger. In the Bulldogging, brought to you by Addicted Power Sports. Backs up into the box. Here he comes. Goodman. Nice catch here. Has to follow it a little bit. Looking to hook the nose. Goes head down on him. Remember, you need to get to hook the nose, get the legs to fall. Pull, pull, pull. Squeeze it, squeeze it. And this steer is fighting him. Goodman, though, not giving up. The try on this cowboy is world class. The entire arena rooting him on.
Absolutely.
Goodman, let's go. Oh, and there's the whistle. He says, you know what? I'm going to finish this. Yeah.
There you go, cowboy.
It's a no time, unfortunately. But T. Goodman says, I'm going down.
Finish
with
the
fight.
job you started.
Yep. Our steer wrestling brought to you by Addicted Power Sports. Bareback riders will be next. Well, they're definitely going to finish the rough stock by noon, the way this is going.
Something you never get tired of, but you're sad to see it when it goes.
Yep. Waiting for the next steer wrestler. Find out who this is. Remember, we're listening for the PA announcer to tell us who is going, but whoever this is, how about this run? Takes the steer to the ground, and this is Cole Krickmeyer.
Out of Jackson.
Oh, that good run there. 7-19, that puts him in second place. So our top five right now, it's Carson Ewing out of Douglas in first with a 6-68. Cole Krickmeyer out of Jackson with a 7-19. Trenton Sheehan with a 12-16. Trent Talon Larson from Gillette with a 24-5, and Dane Humes with a 28-16 rounds out the top five. This is Jason Mayfield from Midwest, our next Bulldogger coming up.
Jace Mayfield is your number 4 cowboy right now, so he's looking to move up to that number 1 spot.
And, of course, that number 1 is
Bodie Coombs.
Bodie Coombs. We'll see him a little bit later on. Carson Ewing currently sits at the top, but in the state as of right now, he is number 2.
Number 2.
So
we'll see how Bodie does here to keep his number 1 spot.
Here we go. This is Midwest's Jace Mayfield. Good catch early. Real chance here. Mayfield, kick it over. Oh, that's sitting on him. You have to reverse the direction. There it goes. Clock stops. I believe it was an 8-58 for him. Now Jace Mayfield falls into third place with an 8-58. And it looks like we're going to move on to the bareback riding before we have our last 2 Bulldoggers. Our bareback riding, of course, brought to you by Y-High Federal Credit Union.
Y-High Federal Credit Union. Visit Y-High for all of your personal and business needs.
But before we move on to that, we do have a Saddle Bronc re-ride.
Of course, Saddle Bronc's brought to you by My Life Financial. Your insurance needs are always changing, and My Life Financial can help you with all your insurance needs. Give them a call at 435-557-3170.
I think we got William Roan Profit from Diamondville. We didn't see Ryan Nunn either, so we might have 2 Saddle Bronc rides to go. And then we'll move on to the bareback riding, the most physically demanding event in rodeo. talk about the bareback riding in a little bit. Still got some unfinished business as a 67 from Rody Marsh sits atop the leaderboard right now in the saddle bronc riding.
Colby Smith out of Burns is number 2 with a 61 today.
We got 2 qualified rides, and that's it.
Got 2 more chances here.
Yep. At least according to our day sheet. I believe this is. I'm waiting to find out who it is. I think this is Ryan Nunn, but I'm not 100% sure. Or this is Roan Profit. This is Ryan Nunn.
Ryan was 3rd and 2nd last week in Laramie with a 64 and a 54. And he's your number 3 cowboy.
Here we go. Nunn with a good ride here. Keep reaching. Bronc comes right at us. Good looking ride here from Nunn, and he makes the whistle. We'll have 3 qualified rides in the saddle bronc riding. Good looking ride there from Ryan Nunn as we go to our replay board, brought to you by Cowboy Days. See what the score is in our saddle bronc riding. Ryan Nunn. .68. He goes to the lead. How about that? So Ryan Nunn on top now.
.68, 67, and 61.
Let's go ahead and check it out on the results board brought to you by Ready. Ryan Nunn from Level leads it, and unless we see William Roan Profit from Diamondville, that is your winner. 67 for Rody Marsh from Minutair, and then Colby Smith, from Burns, 3rd place with a 61. Saddle bronc riding brought to you by My Life Financial. I think we're going to bareback riding. Mason Means is going to get things going here. Of course, bareback riding brought to you by Y-High Federal Credit Union.
Visit Y-High Federal Credit Union for all your personal and business loan needs.
Means out of Gillette's. As we get set here.
Means was 6th last Saturday in Laramie with a 61. He's currently your number 9 cowboy in the state.
Of course, in the bareback riding, we've got some real talent.
We've got your 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th in the state, and 7, 8, 9 in the state.
Here's Means. He sits number 9. 8 bareback riders, 7 of them ranked. Here we go. First to Means. Good looking bronc. Oh, he loses his seat. And that's the end of the day for Means. Check it out on the Cowboy Days replay board. Good looking mark out there, but unfortunately he just gets jerked out of his Regan. And that's going to do it for Means. Bareback riding brought to you by Y-High Federal Credit Union.
Well, looks like Jacob Cook is going to be next.
Jacob Cook out of Green River, our next cowboy.
Jacob was 5th last Sunday in Laramie with a 63.
Looks like he's going to be coming out of chute 4.
He's your number 7 cowboy right now.
They might be working their way up to the top.
Absolutely.
Of course, the number 1 man in the state is
Rody Farrell out of Thermopolis.
We had Rody Marsh just take 2nd in the saddle bronc riding.
It's a good day to be a Rody.
Yep. Chute 4. Jacob Cook. Hometown rodeo for him, pretty much.
About as close as you can get.
Yep. Out of Green River. 10 miles down the road. down I-80. About an hour, 15 minutes from where we're coming from, which is Evanston. Cook. How do you do in Laramie last week?
He was 5th on Sunday with a 63.
Oh, looking for that first qualified ride in the bareback riding. Styles up on that rigging. Good looking mark out. Good bronc here. Look at this spur ride. Starts spurring this thing. He looks good here. And here we're going to have a qualified ride in the bareback riding. Whoa, he's in a little bit of trouble against that fence. Uses the core strength. It just grabs onto the pickup man. The Cowboy Lifesaver just brings him down. And Jacob Cook gets a round of applause. Check it out on the replay board. Look at this ride. He's right where he needs to be. Waiting for the score from Cook. 65 for Jacob Cook. Sets the mark here in the bareback riding.
That was a bit of a wild ride, more than usual.
Yeah. So it's Jacob Cook from Green River setting the pace. Chaz Dewey out of Carlisle will be next.
Chaz Dewey was 4th last Sunday in Laramie at the 60. He's your number 4 Cowboy.
Well, now we're getting into some of that top talent coming into you from Chute 3. Mentioned it. He's number 4 in the States. And here comes. Nice big rear out by this bronc. Look at this spur ride. Nice upper body. Stays forward. Now we get into a spinner. This is what you want. Oh, and if he would have stayed on, that number would have been huge.
That would no doubt put him right to the top.
Checking it out on the replay board right here. When this spin happens, this is exactly what you want. This is the perfect opportunity to kind of show off your spurring. Looks like his glove kind of just popped out of the rigging as he went airborne. Let's take another look at that video. Right here, right there. Yeah, he just loses the glove. Unfortunately, that's all it takes.
You see a lot of times those Cowboys put that glove on and then put athletic tape over the top of it.
Grady Edwards from Gillette, our next bareback rider. Chute number 2. Gillette, a hotbed for high school rodeo in the Cowboy State.
Absolutely.
They're going to host the national finals for the 2nd year in a row this summer. And then it comes back to Rock Springs where it lived for quite a while. The fact that the last 2 venues for the national high school finals rodeo has been in Wyoming tells you how important this state, this circuit is to high school rodeo in general.
On the national scene.
Yep.
Grady was 4th last Saturday with a 64 in Laramie.
Where does he sit in the state?
He is number 8 right now.
Dylan Humes, one of the toughest working Cowboys we've seen this rodeo, just walked by the front. Tell you what, the steer wrestlers are usually bigger guys, right? The fact that he's able to do what he did, that is impressive. Looks like we're moving on to chute number 1, Rody Farrell out of Thermopolis. This is your number 1 guy.
He was 2nd last Sunday with a 64, so I'm sure he's looking to take that top spot back.
We're going to slide up on that bareback rigging, which is, quite frankly, nothing more than a suitcase handle. You jam that glove in there with the same type of rosin the bull riders use, and you got to just hang on for dear life. It really is because of the spurring action, there's not much holding on to that bronc except your hand.
There's not. You got to lay flat back
Yep.
on that horse.
And sometimes, as we saw earlier, the glove just simply pops out, and that does it. Rody Farrell from Thermopolis. Here we go. Good-looking white horse, and this is why he's the #1 man in the state. Textbook ride, Rody Farrell. My goodness.
You know, we haven't said it today, but when a ride looks right, it's
Poetry in motion.
there you go.
Great looking ride. Let's check it out on the Cowboy Days replay board. Everything is perfect. The spur ride is perfectly timed. He's putting his spurs into the shoulder of that bronc when the back legs are up, and just a absolutely perfect ride. The number from this is going to be huge. This is going to be a PRCA number. Yeah, 74 points for Rody Farrell. And that is a high mark in any level of bareback riding.
Absolutely.
I'll tell you what, we will eagerly await his rides here in Rock Springs at the State Finals Rodeo in June. I cannot wait.
You know, there's some people that just make it look easy when it's absolutely not. And,
Yep.
Rody is definitely one of them.
Back to Grady Edwards out of Gillette. 74 by Rody Farrell. You just saw sits atop the leaderboard. Jacob Cook from Green River with 65 in second place. Those are your qualified rides thus far.
Grady was 4th last Saturday with a 64, so we know he can ride them.
Still blown away by what we just saw from Rody Farrell. Just,
You know, that's a replay I'm going to go back and look at.
yeah, textbook.
You could actually do some training off of that film.
Yeah. That folks, for the uninitiated, that is exactly how you do it. Like, square middle of the horse, spurring timing, and what they call the spur ride was absolutely phenomenal. Pretty white horse, too. I mean, that was just picturesque. I'm so glad we're streaming this. That looked awesome on the screen. It was
Half
great.
the score does come from the horse. So
Yep.
You've got to have a good one to get a good ride.
50 points for the Cowboy, 50 from the horse. Only one 100-point ride ever recorded in the history of rodeo. Wade Leslie on Wolfman back in 1991 in bull riding. Here we go. Oh, look at that. This is a crow hopper. This is the type of horses that you want, the ones that just kind of lumber around, don't give you too much of a pattern, but that is a great bareback ride from Grady Edwards out of Gillette.
2 for the last 2.
And this is an expert dismount. We'll see him come around. Grabs the pickup man and comes off, but maybe a little bit smoother of a dismount on the pickup man. But let's check it out on the replay board here. Look at this. That crow hop that he gives coming out of the chute. That's where the bronc leaps into the air, and all 4 hooves are in the air, but just a great job. We'll see if it catches Rody Farrell. The spur ride might not have been right there with Rody, but he should be in the top 2, I would imagine. A 57-point ride, so that puts him in 3rd place. Grady Edwards. Really good looking ride though there.
Absolutely.
Now takes us to Kale Rose Wadowski out of Gillette, our next bronc rider. That's 74 from Rody Farrell, sits atop the board. Here in the bareback riding, our final of the rough stock events. Here we go. Rose Wadowski, nice patience on the mark out. He's off his rigging. Oh, and when you get flung off like that, that's when that glove pops out. But look at the kick on that horse. Right here, see, he gets flung, turned away from his arm, and that's it.
As soon as you're off center on these horses, you might as well call it a day.
Here's Tucker Caricato, junior out of Saratoga.
number 2 cowboy in the state.
And he was the reigning national champion bareback rider. So this is a man to remember. He won the national championship as a sophomore.
So listen to these scores out of Laramie last weekend. 78 and 80.
That is a future star that we are about to watch. Look to see him in Vegas and in the American. Big rodeos coming up for this young man. Tucker Caricato chasing a 74 set by Rody Farrells. He's the reigning national champion. Did it as a sophomore, sits number 2 in the state right now. Will no doubt be here in Rock Springs in June. We're going to have a heck of a bareback riding next year.
Think about that national champion as a sophomore.
Oh, man. You have got some potential. Caricato. Sliding up on the rigging. I am super excited for this ride, and everybody else in the building is as well. You can feel it right now.
Almost a little bit of hush in the crowd.
Yeah. Everybody watching as Amarillo by Morning by King George plays through the loudspeaker here at the Sweetwater Events Complex. Looking to beat a 74 by Rody Farrell. Caricato bobbing. Is he bobbing his head to the music? It almost looked like it, but maybe he's getting something else ready. Jacob Cook from Green River sits second with a 65. Grady Edwards from Gillette with a 57. Tucker Caricato, our penultimate bareback rider. And the one that, you go to a rodeo to pay the price of admission to see certain athletes. Tucker Caricato is going to be one of those athletes in the future.
Absolutely. Right
Here
now,
we
you
go.
can see him for free.
And this is why he's a world champion. Here comes Tucker Caricato out of the Cowboy State. He won it as a sophomore, and he looks to repeat as a junior.
Absolutely. He's going to give Rodeo a run for his money.
This will be close. This will be very close. As Caricato did everything right. It may come down to the horse, quite frankly. As he comes down. Remember that name, Tucker Caricato. Check it out on the Cowboy Days replay board. Just look at this. Absolutely perfect. Stays on the center of that horse. Spur ride is right in pattern. Great job there. Waiting the score for Tucker Caricato. 76 points, and Caricato goes to the front of the leaderboard. Last bareback rider, Ian Smith, out of Pinedale.
Just a final thought on Tucker. His last 3 rides, 78, 80, 76.
And those are PRCA winning numbers. When he turns 18, he'll be looking to get his card, I guarantee it.
Absolutely.
Here comes Ian Smith out of Pinedale. Tell us about him.
Last week he was 3rd both days in Laramie, 64 and a 62, and he's your number 3 cowboy in the state.
Oh, so definitely not one to take your eyes off of. He could make a run at that 76 set by the reigning national champion, Tucker Caricato. Depends on who you talk to. Sometimes it's the world championship. Sometimes it's the national championship. Either way, it's a huge one. Nice rear out. And this bronc is going to give him a chance. Trying to hang on here. He's got it tapped. He'll get the whistle. And now we'll see what the judges think. It's in their hands now, as Ian Smith has done everything in his power. This horse just kind of taking off. That is a fast little horse,
That's
too.
a fast horse. If you notice, he was a little bit upright, so I'm not sure he's going to overtake Caricato, but
I think they said it was a 59 for Smith. So let's go ahead and before we move to our next event, let's take a look at the Ready results board brought to you by Ready Safety and Excellence since 1982. It's the national champion, Tucker Caricato, winning it at the 76. Rody Farrell from Thermopolis, second with a 74. Jacob Cook from Green River with a 65. Ian Smith with a 59. And Grady Edwards with a 57. Winning our bareback riding brought to you by Y-High.
Y-High Federal Credit Union. Visit them for all your personal and business loan needs. They're located all over the state of Wyoming.
Big thank you to Y-High, as it looks like we're going to drag the dirt. So we might be getting our first cowgirl event. It looks like we might be getting barrel racing here. Waiting to see what's going on. It's kind of hard. Did you happen to hear that, Cullen, what event we're going to next? No? Okay, so we'll find out with the rest of you as we are live here at Rock Springs. It's the Saturday performance of the Rock Springs Utah High School Rodeo Association circuit.
What a great venue to watch all these top cowboys and cowgirls. We appreciate all you watching out there if you couldn't make it today.
Yep, absolutely. Hopefully you are enjoying the broadcast. Follow us on My Local Radio Sports at Facebook for more information, as we will be the streaming home of the Wyoming High School State Finals here in Rock Springs. You know, Matt, let's go ahead and talk about it. You and I both come from rodeo backgrounds. My uncle's a stock contractor. I grew up running rodeos behind the chutes. I never competed, but I know how it works because of other things. You have an experience in rodeo with the timed events as well. And you and I got together a year ago, talked about how cool it would be to stream high school rodeo. At mylocalradio.com, we stream pretty much every sport for Evanston High School, Rich High School in Utah, the Bridger Valley high schools here in Wyoming, of course, some high schools in Idaho. But you and I got together and said, how cool would it be? No one's thought of this yet that we know of, to get together and stream high school rodeo. That was a year ago.
It's a passion of both of ours, obviously. But this is a sport that does not get the recognition that it deserves, especially at the high school level. So these kids put in every bit as much work as any other athlete.
And the parents sacrifice just as much as well.
If not more.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, it's a privilege to be here with you broadcasting this. And I can't wait to do some more.
Oh, yeah. We'll be back in June for the state finals. Cullen, why don't we go ahead and center up the shot just so we can get a more kind of broad view here of the buck and shoots. The tractor's out dragging right now, so that tells me we're probably going to get to barrel racing or pole bending. I'm not sure which one yet. The first of our cowgirl events, though, coming up. But, yeah, this has been a year in the making, and to see it, Utah embraced it very, very well. And to see the numbers that are tuned in right now, we could not thank you enough. Thank you so much. Both of our goal is to make high school rodeo athletes covered the same way that the high school football players get covered. Basketball players, soccer players. They need to be on the same level as the rest of them. And we appreciate your guys' support. We appreciate you guys tuning in. We appreciate each and every one of our sponsors. And, of course, we have to give a huge thank you to Addicted Power Sports in Evanston, which is our headline sponsor. It's the Addicted Power Sports High School Rodeo Series. Whether it's for work or play, check out Addicted Power Sports' selection of dirt bikes, road bikes, ATVs, and side-by-sides. Addicted Power Sports in Evanston, 307-79-7533.
Absolutely. And we'll talk a little bit about Evanston Cowboy Days here, PRCA Rodeo over Labor Day weekend. It's close home to me. I was president of that rodeo for 2 years.
Yep.
They say it's the biggest little rodeo in the West, and it truly is. They're kicking it off this year with Chancey Williams on Friday night, and then 3 days of PRCA rodeo. So one of the best times for the least amount that you can spend. If you're interested, visit them at evanstoncowboydays.com.
We started out in Tremonton a week ago. Did 2 performances there. A morning performance at the outdoor arena at Box Elder County Fairgrounds. Saw tie-down roping, breakaway roping, goat tying, and pole bending. Then in the afternoon, we went into the indoor arena at Box Elder County Rodeo Grounds. Got to the rough stock events, all 3 of them. Barrel racing, team roping, and steer wrestling. Last night, we were in Spanish Fork, Utah at the legendary Spanish Fork Fairgrounds, the same arena they hold the Fiesta Days Rodeo over the Pioneer Day weekend down there in Utah. Got to see all the rough stock events, steer wrestling, and team roping as well. And now we're getting it all here in Rock Springs.
You know, there's a lot of people we need to thank for making this happen.
Yep.
Dee DeLeo from the National High School Rodeo Association helped set this in motion. Dixie Huxtable, Cindy Fitzgerald out of Utah, and of course all the secretaries that were willing to give us their time and help us put together this show.
Absolutely. And we're awaiting the start of our next event, the Rough Stalker in the books. Let's go ahead and recap what we have seen thus far here in Rock Springs. Let's kick it off with a recap of the bareback riding on our ready results board. It is Tucker Caricato, the reigning national champion, takes it with a 76. Rhodey Farrell from Thermopolis with a 74 takes second. Jacob Cook from Green River with a 65. Ian Smith from Pinedale with a 59. Grady Edwards from Gillette with a 57. Moving on to the steer wrestling. These are unofficial as we're still awaiting Bodie Combs and Cannon Campbell, as we believe there's still going to be some steer wrestling taking place. Carson Ewing currently sits atop the leaderboard with a 668. Cole Kriegmeyer from Jackson with a 7 and 19. Jason Mayfield from Midwest with an 8 and 58. They're your top 3 right now. Into the saddle bronc riding, it is Ryan Nunn with a 68. He takes the win. Rhodey Marsh from Minotaur with a 67. Colby Smith in third place with a 61. In the bull riding, 2 qualified rides. Hayden Welsh from Gillette. He was our first scheduled bull rider. The bull didn't go, so he gets a re-ride. Comes out and rides an absolute rank 1 for 70 points. Owen Monfeld from Cody with 67 is second place. So that is how things have been going here at Rock Springs. Only an hour and a half into this rodeo.
It seems like we've been here for about 12 minutes.
Yeah, it has been blink and you miss it type action, but right now they are dragging, getting the dirt all leveled out and clear.
And they're setting the barrels, so that's what we're going to next.
Yep, so we'll go to the barrel racing next. In the barrel racing here today, we have got 44 of the fastest cowgirls in the state, including some top names here.
Hadley Thompson is a cowgirl to watch out for in several events. She is number 1 in barrels, breakaway, and goat tying, and number 7 in pole bending.
And by default, she's the number 1 in the all-around cowgirl race. In the boys all-around, not sure where that sits at the moment. I'm sure we can figure that out, though, in a jiffy. But the barrel racing, this is the traditional cowgirl event. It's cowgirl and a horse racing in the arena. Clover leaf pattern. They'll come out of the entrance area. They'll take a turn to the right or left. That's their decision. Then they'll go back the other way, whichever way they didn't go on that first turn. Then they'll come down to the end of the arena, come around the final barrel, and race towards the finish line to stop the clock. Knocking over a barrel, though, costs you 5 seconds. As you can tell, the penalties in rodeo pretty severe.
Absolutely.
Knocking over one barrel puts you out.
A good time in barrel racing, looking at last weekend, would be in the 15-second range. Add 5 seconds to that, and you drop down to, basically out of the race.
Yeah.
Barrel racing is brought to you by Uinabosie's Number 1. What are you waiting for? Uinabosie's Number 1 in Evanston, Wyoming offers college and career readiness classes on-site and online.
Big thank you to UNA Bocis #1 for sponsoring our barrel racing here this morning. And it looks like we're ready to get started with Gracie Hardiman from over in Jackson Hole, calls Wilson home. Hardiman's going to be first. She's also on the basketball team for the Lady Broncs. Hardiman, runs a little bit wide on that first barrel. Now we'll have to wrap things up. Now comes around the second barrel. Hardiman going to set our time to beat. Here comes Hardiman around the third barrel, and on the way home, it's Hardiman. I did not catch that time there. It sounded a little muffled. Or did they say she got no time because she broke the pattern? That might be it, because she didn't come completely around that first barrel. All right, that'll now set the stage for Aislinn Vroman out of Riverton. Around the first barrel, looking good. Or second barrel already. Now around the second barrel, this is how you do it. Now sends it home, stops the clock. 21-2-1-6 for Vroman. 21-2-1-6 for Vroman out of Riverton. So a 21-2-1-6. Now the time to beat for our next cowgirl.
Isabel Loeffler out of Cheyenne. She's looking to crack the top 10.
As you can tell, 40 barrel racers is going to go by in the blink of an eye. As Loeffler comes around the third barrel and sends it home. Plus 18-1-33, including the penalty for Loeffler. I'll bring up Adriana Hope Fowler out of Cheyenne. Will be our next Cali girl to go, and then Christian Schwartz will come out from Torrington. Then they're going to drag, so it looks like they're going to drag every 5. Here comes Adriana Hope Fowler from Cheyenne, speeding into the first barrel, gets around 1. Now grabs that horn, directs the horse around 2. Beautiful job with the hand. That is legal. You can use the hand to keep the barrel up, and a great job there. Here comes Fowler, streaking through the line. Is it enough to take out the 16-3-22? So she now takes the lead. 16-3-22 for Fowler. Fowler with a 16-3-22 is your new leader.
Looks like we've got Kristen Schwartz out of Torrington coming up next here.
Tell us a little bit about Fowler, who we just saw take the lead on a great run there. I mean, the hand drag there at the top.
Just the recognition to see that barrel start to tip and be able to reach down and tip it right back up while her horse is going as fast as it possibly can.
Yep.
Adriana's not in the top 10 right now, but if she keeps that up, she will be.
Yeah, well, we hope to see her in Rock Springs in June. Still to come, we've got, we believe, the finish of steer wrestling. For sure, we'll have team roping, tie-down roping, pole bending, breakaway roping, and goat tying.
Still a full day of rodeo left.
Yep. Only been at it for about an hour and a half. So your top 3 right now, it's Adriana Hope Fowler from Cheyenne with a 16-3-22. Isabel Loeffler with an 18.133 sits second from Cheyenne, and Riverton's Aislinn Vroman from Riverton with a 21.216. Christian Schwartz from Torrington stands on deck. Then we got Kaylee Bowman from Gillette in the hole. Tacey Jones from Farson will be after them. Again, 44 of the best in the Cowboy State on the high school circuit.
And again, thanks to UNMBOCES for sponsoring this event for the broadcast. They offer classes online and on-site out of Evanston, Wyoming.
So did Christian Schwartz turn out? Because I think they said Kaylee Bowman is next.
I believe so.
So we'll listen We'll listen as close as we can. We'll ask our cameraman to lend an ear as well. It's kind of hard to hear a PA announcer when you've got a headset on as well. The Country Classic, Poncho and Lefty playing right now.
Does it get any better than that?
Nope. Here's our next rider. We believe it's Kaylee Bowman from Gillette. Around 1 and heading for 2. Remember, chasing that 16.322 by Fowler out of Cheyenne. Now grabs the saddle horn, directs it around the second one. Here she comes, sends it home, trying to stop the clock. Is it enough? $16.236. 16.236 now as Bowman takes the lead. So, yes, it is enough. 16.236. Who's our next barrel racer?
Tacey Jones out of Farson.
This is a blink and you miss it type situation as Bowman now assumes the lead with a 16.236.
This is a good run right here.
This could challenge it. Just off 16.461. Now brings up Melanie Vigorin out of Pavilion. Our next cowgirl up.
Melanie's looking to crack the top 10 here.
I think they said Melanie Vigorin, then Jones, then Scott, announcing the order coming up. But Vigorin out of Pavilion is our next cowgirl here in the barrel racing. 16.236 by Kaylee Bowman out of Gillette is your leader. Here comes Vigorin. Goes around the first one. Now centers up for the second. Nice horsemanship around the barrel number 2. Here she comes for the third. And she's clean, looking to go home. Here she comes, going to try to stop the clock. 16.307 for Vigorin. That'll bring up Sydney Jones out of Farson.
Sydney Jones is your number 4 cowgirl in the state right now. Last week in Laramie, she had a 15.96 and a 15.254.
Oh, this is one that can be fast. Here's Sydney Jones out of Farson. Gets around. Look at how close she cuts that barrel. That tells you she is a very skilled barrel racer. Now comes around 2, headed for 3. And she leaves that one up, easily. Headed home. 16.236. Is it enough? Yes! 15.597 for Sydney Jones. 15.597.
We've got Blake Scott out of Casper next.
And then they're going to drag after that. But now Jones leads it, the number 4 girl in the state for a reason right there. Here's Scott coming to us.
That first barrel.
The Casper Cowgirl will go ahead and call it a day. Breaks the pattern, and she's looking to just save that horse. No need to push it when you've knocked over a barrel. So she's just going to send it home, unfortunately. It's going to be a no time for Blake Scott. We'll drag, and then we'll have Wagner Brown, Abigail Olson, Faye Hellier are your next 3. Let's go ahead and check out the results board brought to you by Ready. It's Sydney Jones out of Farson with a 15.597. In first, Callie Bowman from Gillette sits second with a 16.236. Melanie Vigorin, with a 16.307 in third. Adriana Hope Fowler from Cheyenne with a 16.322 in fourth. In fifth, it's Tacey Jones with a 16.46. Look at this, 16s, 15s. It's all a tight race between the top five.
You know, Sydney Jones has been sub 16 on her last 3 runs. That is fast in barrel racing, whether it's
Absolutely.
PRCA level or high school level.
Yeah, and you put up times like that, you are looking at a national champion type contender, and she's number 4 in the state. Still to come, we've got the top girl in the state.
Hadley Thompson's coming up here in just a little bit.
Yep.
She was a 15.48 and a 15.683 last week.
I just realized what it says on that results board, and that is off. I apologize, everybody. 15.597 is your leader from Jones. But, man, this is some good rodeo we have seen here in Rock Springs.
Absolutely. These kids have come to play today.
Of course, Wyoming, usually hailed as one of the top high school rodeo circuits in the country. Not only do you compete for individual national titles when you are competing at the national finals, there's also the team championship that every team competes for. And year in, year out, you hear about Texas, but Wyoming is usually in the top 3 as well.
Absolutely. For sure, always in the top 5.
Yeah, and Utah is really starting to grow into that as well, thanks to the Wright family. Of course, if you're familiar with rodeo, you know the name Stetson Wright, the biggest name in pro rodeo right now, calls Milford, Utah home.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised to see Wyoming and Utah in the top 5 this year.
Yeah. I mean, let's talk a little bit about what we've seen in Utah. You've got Gage Rydalch in the bronc riding, Hayes Madsen in the bronc riding, Chris Staley in the bareback and bull riding, Cooper Jacobs in the bull riding. I mean, there's some in this part where we're at. We kind of live, Evanston, for those of you not familiar, about 10 miles off of the Utah border as we are back to live action. And this is
Wagner Brown out of Meeker.
Yep. First one looks good. Second one comes around the second barrel. Now grabs that horn of the saddle, directs that pretty white horse around the third barrel, and through the finish. 17.765 for Wagner Brown. Here's Abigail Olson out of Sheridan.
Abigail Olson is your number 6 cowgirl right now. She was a 15.706 and a 15.57 last week.
Well, that 15.57 would go to the front. We'll see what Olson is able to do. Here she comes. Olson around 1. Opts to go towards the left this time. We've seen a lot of them go towards the right. Now she'll bring it around towards the right barrel. Heads for the third. Oh, and she's going to just brush that third barrel. Unfortunately, that's going to add 5 seconds to her time. 20.756. I'll bring up Faye Hellier, by the way. That'll put her in 7th place. Hellier from Kinnear coming up.
She's your number 9 cowgirl in the state.
Here she comes. Starts the clock, goes towards the left side first. Now she'll circle back towards that right barrel. She's through 2 clean. Let's see what she looks like here. Around 3. Oh, and just like before her, Abigail Olson, it's going to be Hellier. 21.013. So 2:10.14, sorry.
21 and 4 and 1 3.
Yep.
Rayleigh Caldwell's next out of Gillette.
And then it sounds like they're going to drag again after this. Here comes Caldwell, number 14. And we have 30, excuse me, 44 barrel racer, so this is going by fast. Caldwell around 1, comes around 2. Now centers it up. Looking for 3. Can she stop the curse? She does. Around 3 clean. Here she comes, and she stops the stopwatch. 15.860. That'll put her in second place. That looked very smooth.
Yep.
And you know the saying, smooth is fast, and now Rayleigh Caldwell from Gillette goes into second place. They're going to pick up the barrels and drag. Of course, it's important to keep that surface as untouched and fair as possible.
Absolutely. You know, we've seen 2 sub-16 times here, and I expect some more.
Yep, especially with the number 1 girl in the state coming up, Hadley Thompson out of Yoder. She's 5 away.
You've got your your number 2 cowgirl out of Gillette, Jordan Mormon, coming up right before Hadley.
So 1 and 2 will be a good race there. But, of course, they're all chasing Sydney Jones from Farson. Let's go through as we drag your top 5 right now. It's Sydney Jones from Farson with a 15.597. Rayleigh Caldwell from Gillette with a 15.86. Kaylee Bowman from Gillette with a 16.236. Melanie Vigorin from Pavilion with a 16.307. Adriana Fowler from Cheyenne with a 16.322. As we've got, unfortunately, experienced 2 known times and a turnout here in the barrel racing.
Something to keep an eye on here. Jordan Mormon, last week in Laramie, had a 15.167.
Wow. That is blistering fast. That is a time that will put you in contention for a, we've said it before, but that'll put you in a national championship picture.
That'll put you at the top of any rodeo you're in.
The state race for most of these events, for really all of these events, is going to be fascinating and exciting when we come back to Rock Springs in June. Cannot get here quick enough.
You know, if we could skip over May,
Yep.
I would be just fine.
Well, if you like watching high school sports, mylocalradio.com is the place to be. We've got high school soccer going on in a few minutes. We've got over in Evanston, we've got American Legion baseball happening this summer. Mylocalradio.com will be the home to every game of both the AA and the Single A state tournaments for American Legion baseball this summer. Back to live action. Here's our first one. It is Peyton Linneman out of Rosette. Goes around the first one, no problem. Second one, just as smooth. And now looks to center it up for the third. Good turn around the third. Here she comes, going for the finish. Where will she be? Looking for the time. 15.925. That puts her in third place. Chloe Nichols from Boulder will be our next barrel racer.
She'll be looking to crack the top 10 here.
Here she comes. First one, clean. Good looking run from that horse. She gets around the third barrel. Now sends it home. 15.724, and these runs are getting quicker and quicker. That is good enough for second place.
Up next, we've got Jordan Mormon out of Gillette, who had the 15.167 last week.
All right. Here's a big challenge for Sydney Jones out of Farson, who sits in the lead with a 15.597. Timing it down to the 1,000th of a second here. And you understand why. Here comes Jordan Mormon out of Gillette. Round the first one. Oh, in the back end of that horse just bumps it. Oh, and 2. Things are falling apart here for Mormon. She'll live to ride another day. Sits number 2 in the state. We'll see her at Rock Springs in the state finals in June. 25.97. For Mormon.
Adeline Norstegard out of Gillette's next. She was 6th last week with a 15 and 5:05.
So that was a 25.97. That means that was a 15.97 run. And she eased up on the horse too after she hit the first one. Here comes Adeline Norstegard out of Gillette. Whoa! That horse kind of put her for a little bit of a ride around 1. Straightens things out around 2. Oh, and comes to a stop. And this horse just may not be feeling it today. 18.97.
Talon Paul out of Cody is next.
So we believe that is the order. Talon, Hadley, Camry, Gianna, and then so they're dragging every 5. Good opportunity to go again through our updated top 5 here on the Barrel Racing, brought to you by Ewan Tabosi's. In 5th place, it is Kaylee Bowman from Gillette with a 16.236. Peyton Linneman from Rosette in 4th with a 15.955. Rayleigh Caldwell from Gillette in 3rd with a 15.86. Chloe Nichols from Boulder in 2nd with a 15.724. But they're all chasing Farson's Sydney Jones with a 15.597.
Talon Paul's up next, and then we got Hadley Thompson right after that.
Of course, Thompson, the #1 barrel racer, #1 pole bender, #1 goat, or not quite #1 goat tire.
She's #1 in barrels, breakaway, and goats, and #7 in pole bending.
So this is a fast young lady. Around the poles, around the barrels.
Catching the calves and the
Catching
goats.
the calves and the breakaway. 4-event cowgirl at the state finals coming up. Being in the top 10 in both of those events, you know she's already planning on a busy week in Rock Springs.
And I don't think her season's going to end in Rock Springs in June.
No. She's hoping to get to Gillette along with every other high school cowboy and cowgirl in the country.
Again, we appreciate all you watching on mylocalradio.com.
All right, waiting to find out who this next barrel racer is. According to our day sheet, it should be Talon Paul out of Cody. Around 1, now looking to center up around 2. She's good there. Now sends it towards the 3rd. Can she be clean and send it home? A little bit of a wide turn on that 3rd barrel. It's going to cost her some time.
17.049.
I think they've gone out of order because they said Catherine, that was Camry Davis with a 17.049. Catherine Weiss is next from Farson. So this is Catherine Weiss, around 1. Now around 2. Good looking run here by Weiss. Still chasing that 15.597 by Jones. Is it enough? No. 16.518.
Catherine's your number 10 cowgirl in the state.
You say 23 is a turnout. So
Tiana
Brianna
Jolovich. No, sorry.
So Brianna Herring is your next cowgirl from Veteran. Is it possible that we've had enough turnouts that we've missed, or that Hadley Thompson is not going to be competing today? We'll find out. Oh, unfortunately, a missed barrel by Brianna Herring, our knocked over barrel. She comes over the second. 21:43 for Brianna Herring. Hannah Norris next up. And then Shayda Lesmeister will be next. Hannah Norris, your next cowgirl from Thermopolis. Norris rounds the first barrel. And around 2. Heading for 3. Gets around that one. And looking to bring it home. The time, 16:908. Shayda Lesmeister will be next. Looks like they're going to drag. Yep, they're moving the barrels out, so we'll drag again as we have gone blistering through this barrel race. Only 44 barrel race, or not only, but 44 barrel racers, and we're already looking at number 26. It looks like we might have had some turnouts here.
Doesn't look like Shayda ran last week in Laramie, but she is your number 3 cowgirl in the state.
Now, what could have happened with the turnouts that we've had is they may just be planning on running tomorrow because they do have the barrel racing tomorrow. They also had a timed event rodeo last night.
Right.
So, fortunately, we're only here for the Saturday performance. But we thank each and every one of you for tuning in. It's the Addicted Power Sports High School Rodeo Series, brought to you by Addicted Power Sports in Evanston. Summer is just around the corner, and it's almost the time of year for side-by-side and ATVs.
Whether it's for work or play, check out Addicted Power Sports for their street bikes, road bikes, dirt bikes, ATVs. They'll make you the best deal. Stop by and see Tim and all the fine folks at Addicted in Evanston.
Absolutely. Well, we're dragging right now. Let's go through our top 5. In 5th place, it's Kaylee Bowman from Gillette, 16.236. Peyton Linneman from Rosette with a 15.955. In 4th place, Rayleigh Caldwell from Gillette in 3rd with a 15.86. Chloe Nichols from Boulder with a 15.724. And Sydney Jones from Farson leads it with a 15.597. So, it'll be Shayda Lesmeister, Katie Rice, Peyton Bischoff, and Jean Scott due up in this one. Here's Shayda Lesmeister from Rosette. As Lesmeister prepares her entry.
Again, she's your number 3 cowgirl, so this should be a good time here.
And in the red shirt, you see that horse wanting to go. Just direct it into the direction you want it and turn her loose. And that's exactly what Shayda's going to do. Lesmeister options to go around the left barrel first. Now smoothly around the second. This is a good run here. You saw for a fraction of a second Shayda looking back at the barrel to make sure it's up as she passes it. Here comes Lesmeister. This has got a chance. And the time, 15.663. And that will put her in 2nd place. Next up should be Katie Rice from Buffalo. Hitting the 2-hour mark in our rodeo. Here we go. Rice around the first one. Centers up, grabs the horn, directs the horse around the second one. Headed for the 3rd. This is another nice smooth run from the Buffalo native, Katie Rice. Is it enough? 15.892. So no, it's going to put her in 5th place. So 15.892 puts her in the top 5. I'll bring up Tiana Jalovic from Gillette.
Actually, it should be Peyton Bischoff
Oh, sorry.
from Lovell.
Yep. Peyton Bischoff from Lovell. Oh, that
broke
horse.
the pattern.
Ooh. Just does not want to go today. Says, I want to be a saddle bronc horse. Bischoff makes a 80-point ride, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
But unfortunately, it's a no time in the barrel racing. This is Ava Reno, it looks like. Or it should be Gene Scott or Ava Reno. We'll find out. He said after Ava. Here we go. Around the first barrel. Oh, but her boot just clips that first barrel, and that's going to be a penalty. As 21.406. Yep. So that was Ava Reno right there. Let's take a look at the Cowboy Days replay board. As you can see it right here. She comes towards this first barrel. She's clear around it, but just as she can't lift that foot out of the way in time. It's her foot that knocks it over. We'll take a look at it one more time. Right here, she comes around the barrel nice and clean, just can't get that foot out of the way.
Just about clear of it, but hits it with the stirrup.
All right, it's time for your top 5 now on the Ready Results board, brought to you by Ready, Safety and Excellence in Industrial Services since 1982. Katie Rice from Buffalo with a 15.892 in 5th. Rayleigh Caldwell from Gillette with a 15.86. Chloe Nichols in 3rd with a 15.724. Shada Lesmeister from Rosette with a 15.663, but they're all chasing the speed demon from Farson. It is Sydney Jones with a 15.597.
Looks like coming up we've got Haley Hushbeck out of Cheyenne. Sydney, I'm going to mess up this name, so I apologize. Odakoven out of Gillette. Ireland Campbell out of Shoshone. Riley Griffiths out of Wheatland. Ava Scritchfield out of Meeker.
It looks like that. If we were to follow the same pattern, we'd be dragging right around that point.
Absolutely. Ireland Campbell is your number 7 cowgirl. She was 10th last Saturday with a 16 and 231.
So right now, that 15.597 by Sydney Jones unofficially looks like a huge mountain to climb. We talked about how we saw a 15-1 over in Laramie. Well, we didn't, but there was a 15-1 in Laramie. A big condition there could be is the Laramie Arena a little bit smaller than the Rock Springs Arena here.
It could be a little bit smaller, but it's about the same size.
That's right. You would know.
Yep. Been in that arena a few times.
Haley Hushbeck from Cheyenne is your next cowgirl to go in the barrel racing.
Judges out here making sure the barrels are set absolutely perfectly.
Yep. So it'll be Hushbeck, Odakoven, Campbell, Griffiths, and Scritchfield, your next 5 to go.
Thanks again to Tony Pendleton and the Rock Springs Club here for hosting this event.
Here comes Haley Hushbeck from Cheyenne. Gets around 1. Directs it around 2. She's looking to get a clean run here in Rock Springs in preparation for the rest of her season. Here comes Hushbeck. Comes across the line. 18.595. That is good enough for, I believe, 18.595, 16th place.
Right. Sydney Odekoven out of Gillette should be next here.
Here comes Odekoven. Pretty white horse. Gets around one clean. This is a fast horse, you can tell right here. She can be clean. This could have a chance to challenge a top 10 spot. Needs to be faster than 16.461. Here she comes, Odekoven. 16.386, so she does go into the top 10. Odekoven into 10th place. I'll bring up Ireland Campbell out of Shoshone. Ranked cowgirl here.
Number 7 right now.
Campbell around 1. Comes around 2. Sends it for the center. And clean around 3. Looks to stop the watch. 16.343. So that'll put Campbell in 10th place. Moving on to Gene Scott from Casper.
Should be Riley Griffiths from Wheatland.
Oh, check that. Sorry. 34 of 44 on the chart. Ava Scritchfield on deck. Addison Griezmann in the hole. Round 1 comes around 2 and looking to finish it off here in 3. She's going to have a clean run. Fast finish for Griffiths. 16.559. And that should put her in 14th place. Ava Scritchfield from Meeker, you're next to go. Here comes Scritchfield. Gets around. Ooh, brushes that first one. Leave it standing, though. That's all that counts. Close around the second, and then the horse goes wide coming out of the second. Still in the pattern. So, but she knocks down that third barrel. 23.64. We're going to drag now as we recap that top 5 on our ready results board. In 5th place is Katie Rice from Buffalo with a 15.82. Rayleigh Caldwell from Gillette with a 15.86. Chloe Nichols from Boulder with a 15.724. Shadel Lesmeister from Rosette recently into second with a 15.663, but still your girl to beat. It's Sydney Jones from Farson, 15.597. That could hold all the way to the finish now.
It's looking pretty good right now.
Still to come, we have some big names, only 8 left. Addison Griezmann from Worland, Dylan Tharr from Douglas, Catherine Vineyard from Level, Carly Davis from Buffalo, Casey Carr from Jackson, Morgan Watts from Eden, Audrey Krumer from Cody, Cedar Stewart from Big Piney, Caitlin Moore from Wright will be our last barrel racer. In the barrel racing, brought to you by UNTBOCE's number 1.
UNTBOCE's number 1. What are you waiting for? They offer online and on-site learning out of Evanston, Wyoming. Visit UNTBOCE's number 1 today.
Career readiness classes. Get you ready for whatever your next adventure is. As this is a packed crowd here in Rock Springs.
It is. It's good to see. Looks like the number 2 girl coming out after they rake, Dylan Tharr out of Douglas, was in Laramie last weekend. She was 7th with the 15.962 and 5th with the 15.472, so she could be right there at the top.
If she can repeat that 15.4, she goes to the lead. Much easier said than done, though. Addison Griezmann from Moreland will be our next barrel racer after the rake. Big thank you to each and every one of you for tuning in to the Addicted Power Sports High School Rodeo Series here on mylocalradio.com. After this rodeo, we'll take a break, but we will be back for the Wyoming State Finals Rodeo right here in Rock Springs, June 5th through the 10th. Invite each and every one of you to join us. We will have every performance of the Wyoming State Finals here in Rock Springs. So we will be able to bring you the whole journey for our eventual state champions.
That one will include the cutting and reining cow horse competitions as well.
Addison Griezmann from Moreland scheduled to go next. Dylan Tharr on deck. Caitlin Vineyard in the hole. Waiting the go-ahead. Here comes, it's either Griezmann or Tharr. We don't know if Griezmann has turned out, but she is scheduled to go next. Around the second barrel. Now centers it around, and the third. Here she comes home. Stops the clock. 16-0-1-2. That was Dylan Tharr, so Griezmann was a turnout. According to our day sheet, this isn't the updated one. As now we go to Catherine Vineyard from Lovell. Will be our next cowgirl up. Carly Davis on deck. Vineyard gets around one. Round two, 15.597 is the time she's chasing. Lovell Cowgirl around three. Here she comes. Is it enough? 16. 264. So that'll put her at 16.264 into the top 10 at 9th place. Now we'll have Carly Davis from Buffalo, and then they'll drag for the last time. Davis bringing it forward. Casey Carr from Jackson on deck. Morgan Watts from Eden in the hole. Davis waiting to turn that horse loose. It wants to go.
It's ready.
Here we go. It's Carly Davis from Buffalo. Around one. Grabs the horn, directs it around two. Now heads towards the third. Oh, just a wide turn at the third barrel. It's going to cost her some time. See how much. 16.346. The wide turn costs Davis. That will put Davis from Buffalo in. Carly Davis from Buffalo in 13th place.
It should be Casey Carr out of Jackson Hole.
Yep. Round one, or two rather. Here she comes around three. Oh, brushes that barrel nice and tight. Here she comes for the finish. 16.301 for Carr. That will put her in 10th place. So Carr for the 16.301. Morgan Watts, Audrey Kremer, Cedar Stewart, and Caitlin Moore. 4 more to go. We'll have the goat tying right after this. Here in the barrel racing. Brought to you by Uintabosis. All right, 4 left. Let's run through our top 10 on the ready results board. In 10th place, it is Casey Carr from Jackson with a 16.301. Caitlin Vineyard from Level in 9th with a 16.264. Kaylee Bowman from Gillette with a 16.236. 7th place, Dylan Tharr from Douglas with a 16.012. Payne Linneman from Rosette with a 15.955. Katie Rice from Buffalo with a 15.892. Rayleigh Caldwell from Gillette with a 15.86. Chloe Nichols from Boulder with a 15.724. Shada Lesmeister from Rosette in second with a 15.663. And Sydney Jones from Farson setting the bar high with a 15.597 on our ready results board. Brought to you by Ready, Safety and Excellence in Industrial Services since 1982.
3 of the last 4 Cowgirls were in Laramie last weekend. Morgan Watts on Saturday was 6th with the 15 and 961. Audrey Kramer was at 8th on Saturday with the 16.073. 7th on Sunday with the 15.562. And Caitlin Moore was 9th on Saturday with a 16 and 206.
So the big question mark is Cedar Stewart out of Big Piney.
Absolutely. She did not run last weekend, and she's not ranked right now. So
arrows are set, and we are ready to go for our final 4. Morgan Watts, Audrey Kremer, Cedar Stewart, and Caitlin Moore. Those are our final 4 in order. They're all chasing that 15.597 from Farson. Sydney Jones. Here's
go.
Morgan Watts. Through 1 clean. Oh, knocks the second one over. Unfortunately, that is going to take her out of the running for a top 10 spot here as Morgan Watts will stop the clock. 22.35. Audrey Kremer from Cody will be next. Cedar Stewart on deck, and then Caitlin Moore in the hole. Kremer from Cody had some good results in Laramie, as we heard from Matt earlier.
She did. On last Sunday, she was at 15.562.
That would be a big time here. Here comes Kremer from Cody. Gets around 1. No problem. Comes around 2. That horse wanting to jump through the barrel. As it just takes off and goes. It's a clean run for Kremer. What's we got? 16.319. That will put her in 12th place. That'll bring up our final barrel racer, or excuse me, penultimate barrel racer, Cedar Stewart, and then we'll have our final barrel racer, Caitlin Moore out of Wright. Stewart comes to us from Big Piney. Wasn't at Laramie last week. As you can kind of see the horse pacing around in the background. As Cedar Stewart from Big Piney, our first before last racer. I wanted to say racer rider, couldn't figure out where it ended.
Just combine it, it's all good.
Dennis Bedwell approves of me saying raider, I'm sure.
I'm sure.
Around the first one, this is Big Piney. Cedar Stewart breaks the pattern. And that's going to be a no time for Cedar Stewart. Caitlin Moore of Wright, our final barrel racer. And we did Caitlin Moore will be the final barrel racer. And here she comes. And just like that, we've blistered through 44 barrel racers. More around the first one a little wide. Want to tighten it up on the second barrel. There you go. Heads towards the third. I don't think it's going to threaten the time of Sydney Jones of Farson. But here comes Caitlin Moore of Wrights. Tricky 16.77. That will put her in 17th place. And that ends the barrel racing, brought to you by Uinta Bosie's number 1. Let's check out our results board. The top 10, it's Casey Carr from Jackson with a 16.301 in 10th. Caitlin Vineyard from Lovell with a 16.264. Kaylee Bowman from Gillette with a 16.236. Dylan Thar in 7th with a from Douglas with a 16.012. Peyton Linneman from Rosette in 6th with a 15.955. Katie Rice from Buffalo in 5th with a 15.892. Rayleigh Caldwell from Gillette in 4th with a 15.86. Chloe Nichols from Boulder in 3rd with a 15.724. Shayda Lesmeister from Rosette in 2nd with a 15.663. And your winner, it belongs to Sydney Jones of Farson with a 15.597. And it looks like we are setting up now for our goat tying. But we have to thank our barrel racing sponsor one more time. It's Uinta Bosie's number 1 in Evanston. They offer career readiness classes in person and online. Check them out at Uinta Bosie's Education, I believe, or what's the website?
UintaEducation.org.
UintaEducation.org. Moving on to our goat tying, brought to you by Evanston Cowboy Days.
Evanston Cowboy Days, kicking off Labor Day weekend with Chancey Williams, and then followed by 3 days of PRCA rodeos. There's a fish catch for the kids, all kinds of great events. To see all these events and get your tickets, go to evanstoncowboydays.com.
All right, so the goat tying will be next. And according to our day sheet, we got 18 goat tires. Should start with Katie Rice out of Buffalo, who we saw not too long ago in the barrel racing. I think they mentioned something about a poll starting 30 minutes after the conclusion of the goat tying. So if that is the case, we will take a break. We'll just put it on for, we can't stay on and kill air for 30 minutes. So we will put it on the intro graphic. And then when they're ready to get started, we will have our continuation of the rodeo. And it looks like the goat is going to be placed right there. And this one's an interesting event if you haven't watched it. Cowgirls will enter from the same area we saw the barrel racers. They'll ride down the arena. They'll dismount the horse while the horse is running, run to the goat, and they'll tie it up like what you'll see in the tie-down roping later on today.
You know, the very fastest ones, they hit the ground running, or unfortunately they sometimes have a face plant in the dirt if they can't keep their feet.
18 goat tires here tonight, or this morning. Big thank you for tuning in and joining us on the Addicted Power Sports High School Rodeo Series, live on mylocalradio.com. Our stop here in Rock Springs.
We're at the Sweetwater Events Complex today in the indoor arena, and you know, I'm glad they have these indoor arenas for days like this. You never know this time of year what you're going to get from the weather.
Ready to go with the goat tying.
Looks like the top time last week in Laramie was a 7.5 seconds. Here we go.
Here we go. And this is Rice for Buffalo. Katie Rice stops the clock. Goat has to stay tied for 6 seconds, much like in the tie-down roping. We would love to have a camera on the clock to show live times. But unfortunately, they don't have a live clock here in the arena, so we're here getting it from the announcer as Katie Rice opens it up with an 8 and 43. So that is the time to beat, 8 and 43. Pretty good time to start it out as our next cowgirl enters the arena.
Jean Scott out of Casper.
Here she comes. Flanks the goat. Ties it up, stops the clock. Remember, has to stay tied for 6 seconds. 11:24. That'll bring up Blake Scott from Casper. So the time to still beat is a 8 and 43 by Katie Rice out of Buffalo. This is Blake Scott from Casper. Here she comes. Scott, ooh, that horse decided to dump her off. She's going to have to run a long ways. Usually you want to get a little bit closer. Scott flanks the goat, ties it up. Now the origins of this event came from much similar to tie-down roping. You'd have to flank a calf or a goat to doctor it, to secure it. $21.74 for Blake Scott. And I'll bring up Catherine Weiss from Farson, our next one.
Catherine, last weekend in Laramie, was an 8.66 and an 8.9, so she could well take the lead here.
Here we go. Run down the arena now, tying it up. This could be big. Oh, no. Something happened with the tie. It came undone as soon as she raised her hand, so it's a no time for Catherine Weiss.
Riley Griffiths out of Wheatland. Last Sunday, she was a 10.03.
I'll put her in second place if she can duplicate that time. All chasing the 8 and 43 set by Katie Rice of Buffalo. Here's Riley Griffiths from Wheatland. You see, she dismounts while that horse is pretty much at a run. Goes forward, flanks the goat. Here we go, looking to tie it up. Stops the clock, could be a big one. Has to stay tied for 6 seconds first. 8 and 56 puts her in second place. And now they're going to change the goats. So let's go ahead and go to our ready results board. It is Katie Rice on top with an 8 and 43 out of Buffalo. Riley Griffiths from Wheatland with 8 and 56. So about a 1/10 of a second difference there. So a close race between those two. Jean Scott and Blake Scott from Casper with 11:24 and 21:74 respectively. As they bring in the new goat for the Cowgirls to tie up.
Next Cowgirl should be Morgan Watts out of Eden. Last weekend she had a 10 and 7.8, and then on Sunday an 8.97.
Goat tying brought to you by Evanston Cowboy Days, biggest little rodeo in the West. Look at the dismount here by Watts. Struggles a little bit with flanking that goat. Now ties it up quickly and clock stops, has to wait the 6 seconds, make sure it stays tied. .10.07, that'll put her in third place. Grady Pendleton is next from Manila. Here she comes. Manila in Utah, but rides in Wyoming because it's just down the road. Kind of a hometown rodeo for her. Pendleton, ooh, nice run. Fast is it beating the 850, 843.
Wow.
7.19 for Pendleton. 7.19. For Pendleton. Waiting to find out who our next cowgirl is going to be. We'll get a name a little bit later, but oh, tough dismount here for back number 116. Ties it up and stops the clock. See if it stays tied.
Should be Rosalind Herod.
Yeah, that was Rosalind Herod with an 11.76. And now it'll be Cameron Farrell out of Thermopolis is next to go. So Caitlin Moore must have turned out. Cameron Farrell is our next cowgirl out of Thermopolis. Here she comes. The dismounts that these girls do off of these horses mid-run is absolutely incredible.
True flying dismount.
Good time here from Farrell coming up. 8.74. That'll put her in fourth place. Should be Hadley Thompson next, and here she is, 7th in the state. Thompson comes off. Currently number 1 in the all-around cowgirl race. Oh, and you see why. Fast hands there from Thompson. 8.78. We're going to have a goat change here. So they'll change the goat. And we believe this is Casey Carr from Jackson. Hadley Thompson with an 8.78 though, goes into 5th place. I believe this is Casey Carr from Jackson. Dismount here. Back number, looks like 401. Nine and 03. We'll now bring up Abigail Olson. Back number 401, the goat tying. That would have been Hadley Thompson actually right there. So that was actually Thompson who just got that time. And coming up, this is back number 249. This is Abigail Olson out of Sheridan. And she stops the clock. $11.53. Here's Dylan Tharr out of Douglas. Tharr comes off the horse. Struggles a little bit with the tie and now stops the watch. 992 for Dylan Tharr. Riley Caldwell from Gillette is up next, and then they said Casey Carr is on deck.
Very good. Casey Carr is the number 2 cowgirl in the state.
Of course, Carr out of Jackson.
Caldwell is the number 8 cowgirl in the state.
Waiting for her go-ahead. It's Rayleigh Caldwell, 14 out of 18 on the order here today. Still chasing that 7 and 19 from Grady Pendleton. Here it is. It's Rayleigh Caldwell from Gillette. And stops the clock. That's a quick time. Is it enough? It's got to stay tied for 6 seconds. Wow, 6.40 for Caldwell. She'll go to the lead. That is a blistering time.
That was faster than any time in Laramie last weekend.
Yeah. Faster than any time we saw in this one in Tremont in the go tying. Here's Casey Carr from Jackson. Said number 2 cowgirl in the state. Good time here. Has to stay tied for the 6 seconds. 7 and 46. That puts her in 3rd place. I'll bring up Aislinn Vroman out of Riverton. Is our next to go. Then it'll be Corlin Slattery, then Carly Peterson. Final 3. Excuse me, goat tires. That came out of nowhere. Aislinn Vroman
Out of Riverton.
has some good results in the past. And she's going to come through. Vroman turns it around, flanks it. Ties it up and stops the clock. Again, has to stay tied for 6 seconds. 11 and 24. That will tie her with Jean Scott for 10th. On around Corlin Slattery from Rosettes.
Corlin had a 10.66 in Laramie last weekend.
We got tie-down ropers on deck. Here comes Slattery. I think we've seen that horse before.
It's a very familiar horse.
Slattery goes a little bit slower than I think she would like. And it's a time. I'll bring up Carly Peterson for Buffalo. We didn't hear time there. 12:02 for Corlin Slattery. I'll bring up Carly Peterson, our final go tire. At 12:02 puts her in 14th best. Here comes Peterson from Buffalo. Oh, takes a rough dismount. Pops back up. Tough cowgirl. Goes with the flank and ties it up. Stops the clock. 16:66. So that is the goat tying here at Rock Springs. Your winner, it's Rayleigh Caldwell from Gillette with a 6-4-0. Grady Pendleton from Manila, 7-19. Casey Carr from Jackson with a 7-46. Katie Rice from Buffalo with an 8-43 and fourth. And rounding out your top five, it's Riley Griffiths from Wheatland with an 8-56. Time for tie down roping, brought to you by Les Schwab Tire Center.
Les Schwab Tire Center is home of the best value promise, where their business is earning your business.
Our tie down roping. We have got 33 tie down ropers. Cody Hayden from Gillette is scheduled to be first. Check that. Oh, yep, Cody Hayden from Gillette. Back number 400 is what he is wearing today. Making sure the back numbers are matching up with what we're seeing, because we have seen a little bit of mixing things up a little bit. They're going to run this in two different heats like what we saw in the steer wrestling. I'm guessing the steer wrestling is over since we haven't gone back to it.
I think they're trying to keep us on our toes today.
Yeah. I love it. Having a good time here in Rock Springs. Still to come, we've got breakaway roping, pole bending, and team roping. As we prepare for our tie-down roping, again brought to you by Plains Tires. Or excuse me, Les Schwab Tire Center.
Home of the best value promise.
Big thank you to Les Schwab Tire Center for their support of the Addicted Power Sports High School Rodeo Series. Much like the steer wrestling, this has got the barrier rule in play as well. So the cowboy will nod, the calf will come out of the chute, has to make a run at the barrier. Break the barrier, it's a 10-second penalty. Again, that barrier is that broken collar that goes around the calf's neck with a rope attached to it. Once the calf runs to the end of that rope, the barrier rope in front of the roping box will release, and the cowboy can go. It's about a fraction of a second, though, so it's not like you're waiting for it to release. You make a good run at the barrier. You break the barrier, it's a 10-second penalty. Cowboy will look to rope the calf, flank the calf, and then tie it up like what we just saw in the goat tying. Calf has to stay tied for 6 seconds, and that clock cannot start until the cowboy has remounted his horse. One thing to watch in this event is the horses. You'll see them start to back up as soon as that cowboy dismounts, because they want to keep the rope tight, pull that calf closer to the cowboy to quicken the time. So it's going to be a lot of fun. This is one of the most exciting events in rodeo. One of my favorite to watch.
Cowboy absolutely depends on his horse to keep that rope tight.
Yep.
Keep the calf still.
Going to come out of that preferred timed event chute.
I know we had a little bit of discussion last night, but if you want to make money in rodeo,
Yep.
this is the event you want to be in. All the top cowboys are the top earners in the PRCA.
Yep. Big money in this event for sure. So it's probably the biggest pool. So you win an event with a bigger pool, you win more money. It's just that simple. Scheduled to go first is Cody Hayden out of Gillette. Once we're ready for the tie-down roping, it will be Cody Hayden first.
Cody was at 12.84 last week in Laramie.
Trying to punch his ticket for the state finals here in Rock Springs in June. Looks like they're going to be coming out of that left side of the Looker's left side of the timed event chute. There he is, Hayden in the purple shirt, brown hat. Hayden will be followed by T. Goodman out of Green River, Gatlin Pendleton from Manila in the hole. Here we go. Here's Hayden. And, catches the back leg. This is going to make it much more difficult to flank. Gets it over, though. Now you have to string it up. Having a tough time with the string in the pig and string here now. Pulls it forward. It's going to have to be 2 front legs and a back leg, and that's the 20-second mark. So unfortunately, that's a no time. You get 20 seconds to do it in. So a no time for Cody Hayden. So that is our mark to beat, the no time. I'll bring up T. Goodman, hometown rodeo, out of Green River.
See if this cowboy can get something done on his home turf here.
Like any other sport, playing at home kind of sends a little bit of a inspiration as Cody Hayden will ride out of the arena.
Gatlin Pendleton will be up next out of Manila, followed by Keaton Hayden out of Gillette.
T. Goodman from Green River. Only tie-down roper we've seen so far is Cody Hayden out of Gillette. Here's Goodman. Good run at the barrier. Really has to get that horse close, and for the second time in a row, we're going to catch one of the hind feet. Goodman falls coming off. Gets a good flank there. That's actually not easy at all, just grabbing the calf and taking it down. Now puts the legs together, ties it, tries to finish off the half hitch, stops the clock. We're going to have our first time if that calf stays down. For the 6 seconds. And he will, so we'll have our first time. A 10 at the barrier. So he broke the barrier. So did they say 33.03 including the penalty? So that will now bring up Gatlin Pendleton out of Manila, Utah. Again, it's the Wyoming circuit, but Manila is right on the border with Wyoming.
You'll see a few cowgirls out of South Dakota as well as Nebraska too.
Pendleton trying to get everything set the way he wants it. Here we go. Ooh, he might have got the barrier a little bit, but it doesn't matter as he misses the loop. Took it early. No time coming up for Pendleton. I'll bring up Keaton Hayden out of Gillette.
Last week, Keaton was 4th in Laramie with 11:34.
After Keaton, it'll be Corey Baumhoff and Cam Johnson. And we'll have Royce Breeden and Hazen Camino, our next 5 to go. Still looking for that first time. Let's see what Keaton Hayden can do, and he'll get a fair catch. Nice flank here. Oh, let's kick it away from him. Well, not our first time. We've got a 33 and 03 on top of the leaderboard. Stops the clock. We'll see if Hayden can displace that. Keaton Hayden out of Gillette. And waiting for the clock. 18:69 for Keaton Hayden. So that'll be your new leader, 18 and 69.
Next, we've got Corey Baumhoff out of Cheyenne. He won last Saturday in Laramie with a 10-1-9.
Corey Baumhoff. And then we'll see Cam Johnson, Royce Breeden. Your next 3 to go. At 1869 by Hayden. You can get that one. All it takes is a pretty clean run and an early catch. Here we go. There we go. That's what we're talking about, an early catch here from Hayden. Flanks it well. Oh, he misstringed the calf. Still has some time. Oh, bobbled a little bit. Just gets speed jammed. He's going to have to start over. It's a shame because Baumhoff had a run going here. Oh, and it's going to get up.
Missed it.
I think Baumhoff is just going to take off the string now, redo it. No time for Baumhoff as they wave off the flag. It's a shame because it was a good early catch.
Yeah, it was a great start to that run.
But just couldn't finish it off. I'll bring up Cam Johnson out of Buffalo.
Followed by Royce Breeden out of Carpenter and Hazen Camino out of Buffalo. It's interesting. In Tremont, we saw some of the calves take off to the left a little bit. We've got 4 quote-unquote hazers out here making sure that calf runs straight.
Yep. Notice that as well. Cam Johnson out of Buffalo. Their next cowboy to go. Good run at the barrier. He's clean there, but the calf is running on him. And he's going to miss it. That's going to be a no time.
He's got a little tangled up in his loop there.
For Johnson. Tough luck for the Buffalo Cowboy. That'll bring up Royce Breeden out of Carpenter.
Hazen Camino and Sidwell Peterson out of Buffalo and Torrington, respectively, will follow.
Through 7 of our 33, or 6 of our 33. This is number 7, Royce Breeden from Carpenter. Second call for Breeden. He may turn out. Trying to give him an opportunity to get there and get set up. And it'll be a turnout for Breeden.
Hazen Camino out of Buffalo should be up next here.
Yep. And it'll be Sidwell Peterson from Torrington, Jace Rourke out of Gillette, Jace Bowles from Big Piney, and Austin Pixley from Sundance, our next 5. He's in Camino. What do we know about him?
You know, he did not run in Laramie last week, and he's looking to crack the top 10.
Camino out of Buffalo. Here we go. Good chance here. Reaching for that one. Catches it. Comes down. Flanks it. Puts it together and stops the clock. Waiting for the time. Has to stay tied for 6 seconds. There it is. 14:02. He'll take the lead. So 14:02 for Camino.
Brings up Sid Peterson out of Torrington, followed by Jace Rourke out of Gillette, and Jace Bowles out of Big Piney.
So Camino, your new leader with a 14.02. Still ways to go in the tie down roping. Sidwell Peterson from Torrington, next cowboy to go. Here we go. Chases this one away. He's on him though. Trying to go for the flank here. And wraps it up. Has to stay tied for 6 seconds. Trying to get out of that tie. 14.85. So that should put Sidwell Peterson into second place at a 14.85, and it does. That'll bring up Jace Rourke from Gillette.
Jace was third last Saturday in Laramie with 11.22, which would put him into first here today.
Rourke, and then Jace Bowles from Big Piney on deck. Austin Pixley from Sundance in the hole. Here comes Rourke. Slow runner. This is a real chance here. Oh, catches it around the midsection. It's going to be a little bit more difficult for Rourke. Trying to go for the tie here. And stops the watch. We'll see what it is. Again, those calves trying to get out of that tie. It has to stay tied for 6 seconds. And he breaks the barrier. 28-13 for Jace Rourke. Here comes Jace Bowles out of Big Piney. On Jace Bowles, it's his turn out. I'll bring up Austin Pixley from Sundance.
Austin Pixley's your number 8 cowboy in the state.
So the origins of this event, and it still happens today, in order to doctor a calf, give it its vaccinations,
Brand it.
sometimes brand it, do whatever you need to do, you'll see this exact thing. They'll rope it, tie it up so it's secure, doesn't hurt itself, doesn't hurt the cowboy or anything like that, or kick around. So this is something you still see on working ranches today. Austin Pixley on a Sundance. Here we go. And, catches that one around the neck and the tail. Now it kind of gets its way out. Austin struggling with flanking this calf. Now gets it down on the ground. Strings it up for the tie. And good. 6 seconds can't start until he gets back on the horse. And that one's, trying to get up. It'll work. They give him the 6 second count. 15:55 for Austin Pixley. That will put him in third place. That'll now bring up Carter Hutchison for Rosette.
Carter was second last Sunday in Laramie with a 12.09.
Jet Longwell, number 18 on the day sheet. He'll finish out this session. Then they'll do another event and then come back to this a little bit later. Carter Hutchison from Rosette, your next cowboy to go. Here we go. And catches that one around the midsection. This one trying to get away from him. Good flank here from Hutchison. Trying to tie this one up, 2 half hitches and a hooey. And this one's going to try to get up on him. See if you can get a tie. 22.79 must have broke the barrier.
Absolutely.
For Carter Hutchison, Braxton Burford out of Mitchell. We'll have the first section of breakaway roping after Jet Longwell.
Braxton ran in both Saturday and Sunday last week in Laramie. Was 5th with 11:34 on Saturday and 5th with a 12:90 on Sunday.
Here comes Braxton Burford. Talented cow takes a run to the left. Now is able to flank him fairly easily. Gathers the legs up. Time up. Stop the watch. And you just got to stay tied for 6 seconds. You can do that. 13:29, 23:29. Broke the barrier. 23:29 for Braxton Burford.
Truett Jari out of Rollins will be next, followed by Adam Balouse and Cashton Reynolds.
Jared True from Rollins, as you mentioned. Then Jet Longwell will end the session after a few more. Jared True from Rollins. Here we go. And he misses it. No time for Jared True.
Adam Balouse out of Buffalo should be next. He ran both days last weekend as well. He's 8th on Saturday with 11:97, and he won Sunday with a 9:87.
Jet Longwell will be the last one to go in this session. And we'll be more than halfway through our tie-down ropers when they break up the session. Balouse misses him, walked right through the lasso. So no time.
Bring up Cashton Reynolds out of Rosette. And then our final tie-down roper right now would be Jet Longwell out of Thermopolis.
That was 4:27, Jarrett True. Adam Balouse, then Cashton Reynolds, then Jet Longwell. But I think they said this might be Jet Longwell. Let's find out. Catching it by both legs. This is going to be a tough run. Has to fish one of those out. Actually just lets the whole loop go. Tries it here. 2:17. I think that's Jet Longwell right now, actually.
All right.
Have to double check the back number as he'll stop that. Waiting to find out who this is. That was Jet Longwell from Thermopolis, 26-74. And that will end the first session of tie-down roping. Let's check in on our Ready results board, brought to you by Ready. Excellence, safety, and industrial services since 1982. It's Hazen Camino with a 14:02, sits first place. Sidwell Peterson from Torrington with a 14:85 in second. Keaton Hayden from Gillette with an 18:69 in third. Jace Rourke from Gillette with a 28-13 in fourth place. T. Goodman sits in the top, rounds out the top 5 with 33.03. By the way, we didn't get it set up. Austin Pixley with a 15.55 actually sits in 3rd place. So we will correct that next time. As we get ready for the breakaway roping, brought to you by Ready Services, or Ready, excuse me, Safety and Excellence in Industrial Services since 1982.
Our breakaway roping, we can expect some extremely fast times. Winning time in Laramie last week on Saturday was 2.62 seconds.
In the breakaway roping, we have 41 competitors here in our breakaway roping today.
We'd like to remind everybody that the tickets for the rifle drawing are on sale in the grandstands. They can have little booths over there. Any of you kids that want to sell tickets, you'll get some off of your state entry fees and still so many.
You see Rayleigh Caldwell out of Gillette up first, followed by Kaylee Hutchinson out of Rosette and Sydney Odevoken out of Gillette.
Looks like we're getting about ready to go. Rayleigh Caldwell, you're out to
Caldwell will kick things off here in the breakaway roping.
Caldwell was 5th last Saturday in Laramie with a 3.44 seconds.
This one is fairly simple. It's a mounted cowgirl. They rope the calf around the neck, and then the rope breaks away. The clock stops when the rope hits the ground. Caldwell will be our first cowgirl to go. Had a pretty good barrel racing run, too, if memory serves me correctly.
She did.
And here she goes, Caldwell. Chases this one a ways and stops the clock. Nice chase down by Caldwell. 4 and 14 for
That's a
Caldwell.
good way to start.
Yeah. I'll bring up Kaylee Hutchinson out of Rosettes will be next.
Kaylee Hutchinson was 1st last Saturday with a 2.06.
Wow. Here comes Hutchinson. Throws early. Oh, it's going to be close to that there. 2-1-6 for Kaylee Hutchinson. She just said, if you're going to win this rodeo, you're going to have to throw early, girls.
Sydney was 3rd last Saturday with a 3.03.
2.16 by Hutchinson. Now the new mark to beat.
Sydney is your number 6 cowgirl in the state.
This is one of those blink and you miss it type events. Hutchinson chases this one down the arena. Yeah, stops that one nicely. 3-1-5 for Sydney Odekoven. I'll bring up Gracie Scogan from Casper. Bulls into the roping box. Ready to go. Hutchinson leads it with a 2.16.
Gracie didn't run last week and sits just outside the top 10, but that can change in the blink.
Here comes Scoven. Oh, and that's a no time. For
Carly Davis out of Buffalo will be in it.
Yep. Casey Carr stands on deck. Griezlin Cheney Graceland Cheney in the hole, but Carly Davis out of Buffalo. Back number 316. As we are hitting the 12 o'clock mark, which means we've only been rodeoing for 3 hours, and look at how much we've already gotten done.
We've seen a ton of rodeo already.
Yeah. More than halfway there as we'll wrap up the tie-down roping after this first flight of breakaway ropers. Then we'll wrap up the breakaway roping. Then we'll have the poles and the team roping, and that's it. And, on and off goes Carly Davis. That'll bring up Casey Carr from Jackson Hole.
Saw Casey just a little bit earlier in the goat tying.
I believe number 2 in the goat tying event in the state.
Right now she is number 7 in the breakaway.
Carr, talented athlete all around. Plays other sports for Jackson Hole High School. Here comes the nod. Carr chases this one down. Oh, and that the calf got under the horse a little bit. No chance for Carr to make anything happen there. Graceland Cheney up next.
Grayson was number 6 last Saturday in Laramie with a 3.44.
Comes to us from Mitchell. I believe that's Mitchell, South Dakota.
I believe it is. She'll be followed by Sydney Jones out of Farson and Camry Davis out of Buffalo.
Cheney. And ready to go. Oh. Just threw that towards the right side. No time for Graceland Cheney. Sydney Jones out of Farson will be next.
Sydney won the barrel racing today.
Sub 16 time.
15.597 if I remember right.
Yep. Running through your top 3 times, it's Rayleigh Caldwell from Gillette with a 4 and 14. Sydney Odakoven in second with a 3 and 15, all chasing Kaylee Hutchinson with a 2 and 16. Unfortunately, Sydney Jones will take a no time.
Camry Davis out of Buffalo. Last Sunday she was 7th with a 3.22 run. Camry will be followed by Jordan Mormon out of Gillette, Tess Sanderson out of Sundance.
Camry Davis, Buffalo Cowgirl. We're up there by Sheridan.
It's a beautiful part of the state.
Yep. Quite a trip, though.
Just a little bit.
To Rock Springs.
Pack a lunch.
Yep. Here we go. And we're going to have a time. There you go. 3:06 for Camry Davis. That puts her in second place. That will now bring up Jordan Mormon out of Gillette.
Jordan will be followed by Tess Sanderson out of Sundance and Melly Vigorin out of Pavilion.
Mormon nods the head. Here we go. Chases this one a little bit. Goes towards the left side. This calf is zigzagging on her. Oh, and unfortunately, it's going to be a no time for Mormon. Quick, squirrely calf there. I'll bring up Tessa Sanderson from Sundance.
Melly Vigorin out of Pavilion and Abigail Olson out of Sheridan will follow Tessa.
Waiting for Tessa Sanderson of Sundance. That's the second call. There she is into the box. Sanderson. Here we go. Oh, got caught around the horse's head. She's got to reset. Trying to finish it off. Ah, just off of Ooh, the back of the calf. And Sanderson, that one just kind of went wrong from the nod of the head. And we got Melanie Vigorin out of Pavilion, Abigail Olson on deck, Cedar Stewart from Big Piney in the hole. But this is Melanie Vigorin out of Pavilion. Didn't hear that announcement. They announced when they were going to switch back to tie down. Lagorn out of Pavilion, our next breakaway roper. This event has really caught fire in the last few years. Ogorin chases this one down, goes towards the right, just can't keep the calf in front of her. Fortunately, takes a no time. Abigail Olson out of Sheridan up next. After Abigail Olson will be Cedar Stewart, Grace Neubauer, Shada Lesmeister will be the next ones up. All chasing that 2.16 from Kaylee Hutchinson. She was the second one out and laid down the gauntlet early.
That's going to be a tough time to beat, but that doesn't mean it can't be done.
Abigail Olson pull into the box. Trying to get that horse settled down. And remember, you want that horse and the calf to kind of be facing in the right situation. Of course, Olson coming to us from Sheridan. That's a trek as well. Trying to get that horse to settle down. Talked about it last night. You want that horse backed up to the back of the box to give yourself the best run at the barrier as possible.
Want that horse to be at full speed just as the barrier breaks.
Yep. The barrier is that rope that's stretched across the box. That's how you know if you've broken it or not. Again, you see that rope around the calf's neck. It releases. That's when the barrier's free. Oh, and it looked like Olson had a good chance there, but the rope caught her hat. And unfortunately, that's a no time. That'll bring up Cedar Stewart from Big Piney. Gracie Neubauer from Riverton on deck.
It'd be interesting to know how many miles these contestants put on during their seasons.
Yep.
Nothing close together in Wyoming.
8 away from going back to tie down. That means at 21, Haley Fenner is when we will turn it back over to the tie down roping. Here's Cedar Stewart from Big Piney. Comes out after this one, trying to get a time, but walks through the lasso again, no time. That'll now set up Gracie Neubauer out of Riverton.
Followed by Shada Lesmeyer out of Rosette and Caitlin Moore out of Wright.
Takes us to 17. We'll switch back to the tie-down roping after 21. It's Grace Neubauer from Riverton. Here we go. Chasing this one down. Man, she reached for that one, but unfortunately just comes up short. I'll bring up Shada Lesmeister from Rosette.
Followed by Caitlin Moore out of Wright and Tacey Jones out of Farson.
And of course, we'll have Hadley Thompson from the #1 cowgirl in the state. Three-way, decided not to run the barrel racing, it looked like. Maybe because she knew the barrel, she had enough points there. Maybe she'll run the barrels tomorrow.
That could be. It's going to be an all-timed event tomorrow. So.
Yep. We saw her run in the goat tying. So here we go. This is Shayla Lesmeister. Oh. Fortunately, can't get a hold of it.
Steer went right as she went left.
Now bring up Caitlin Moore out of Wrights.
Followed by Tacey Jones out of Farson and Hadley Thompson out of Yoder.
Moore.
5 away, tie-down ropers, 5 away.
Riding in as they stretch that barrier out. Backs up against it. Moore. Good run at the barrier. Oh,
that would have been a good time.
That would have been good. She just couldn't get that loop out there far enough. And it's a no time. Tacey Jones from Farson up next.
Followed by Hadley Thompson out of Yoder and Audrey Kramer out of Cody.
Been talking a lot about Hadley Thompson today, in the women's events, as she is the #1 all-around cowgirl in the state of Wyoming at this point in time. Looking to compete for multiple state titles in Rock Springs on June 5th through the 10th. But it's all about Tacey Jones right now from Farson, chasing down the 2.16 from Kaylee Hutchinson out of Rosette. Jones had a good run in the barrels. Now she's got a good run here. Nice fast horse, throws this one, gets a time. Check it out on the Cowboy Days replay board. 3:55 for Jones. That'll put her in 4th place. Hadley Thompson, what's she doing, Laramie?
She ran twice last week. She was first on Saturday with a 2.62 and 6th on Sunday with a 3.12.
2.62 needs to be quicker here to get the job done against the 2.16. Here we go. Ooh, we got a chance. 2:44 for Hadley Thompson. We knew it was going to be a big run from the #1 cowgirl in the state, and she did not let down.
She did not. Audrey Kramer out of Cody's next. Last Sunday in Laramie, she was second with a 2.65.
Hadley Thompson then into 2nd place. Kaylee Hutchinson breathes a sigh of relief, but man, that 2.16 is going to be incredibly difficult.
It is.
Audrey Kramer from Cody. Here we go. Oh, she's going for it. Oh, this could be big. If she's clean at the barrier. They waved it off saying no time. Not sure. Oh, it must have not been on securely. So it's a no time. And now the final breakaway roper in this section of it. And then we'll return back to finish the tie-down ropers. Haley Fenner out of Moorcroft. Here we go. Oh, she's going for it. Oh, takes a no time. So at the halfway point of the breakaway roping, let's check out our results board brought to you by Ready Safety and Excellence in Industrial Services since 1982. It is Kaylee Hutchinson in first with a 2.16. Hadley Thompson from Yoder, the 2.44. Camry Davis from Buffalo with a 3.06. Sydney Odekoven from Gillette with a 3.15. And Tacey Jones from Farson wrapping up the top 5 as we return to the tie-down roping, brought to you by Les Schwab Tire Center.
Home of the best value promise, and where their business is earning your trust.
All right, so in the tie-down roping, we will finish this one out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 tie-down ropers remaining. We'll see who the first tie-down roper will be in this second half of the event. Chasing a 14:02 by Hazen Camino. So we'll update that real quick.
If we stay in order here, it should be Cashton Reynolds, I believe, out of Rosette.
So that 14:02 by Camino still sits atop our leaderboard. 14:85 from Sidwell Peterson from Torrington in second. Austin Pixley from Sundance in third with a 15:55. Keaton Hayden from Gillette in fourth with an 18:69. And rounding out your top five, it's Carter Hutchison with a 22:79.
See, Jet Longwell was the last one in the first performance. Okay. So Cale Espenscheid out of Big Piney should be our first one here.
Cale Espenscheid from Big Piney. That means Cashton Reynolds might have turned out. As they get set for the tie down. Espenscheid coming to us from Big Piney.
Be followed by Jace Mayfield, #1 roper in the state, out of Midwest, and Glade Parker out of Laramie.
So we will watch Jace Mayfield with great interest. But riding in right now.
So we're ready to go, gentlemen? Okay, Adam Bellis, you want to start us off?
This is, looks like Cashton Reynolds from Rosette.
Okay.
To start us off, is what he said. I believe, I don't know. Kind of hard to see the back number real quick. But I believe you're right. It should be Kate. It's either Kate Espenscheid, excuse me, Cashton Reynolds, or Jace Mayfield. Here we go. And a good catch here. Well, this is Jace Mayfield. This is your #1 guy in the state right here, as Espenscheid turned out. And Mayfield showing it why he's #1.
Oh. The calf got up on him.
Oh, actually, that is Adam Bellis. Back number 156. That was Adam Bellis, actually. So he did not turn out, but he'll take a no time.
All right, Cale Espenscheid.
This is Cale Espenscheid.
There we go.
And then Jace Mayfield. So they had to go back and let the young man who didn't get here quite on time run. That was Alan Bellis. But now we've got Cale Espenscheid from Big Piney up next.
Followed by Jace Mayfield out of Midwest and Glade Parker out of Laramie.
Here's Espenscheid. Small, quick calf, and missed it. So no time. That'll bring up your #1 man in the state, Jace Mayfield out of Midwest.
Jace was 10th last Saturday with a 12.97, so I'm sure he's looking to improve that.
14:02 by Camino. Still our top mark here in Rock Springs. Mayfield pulls into the roping box.
Jace will be followed by Glade Parker out of Laramie, Cannon Campbell out of Shoshone.
Mayfield, let that thing go for a minute. Oh, and he's going to pick up the second loop.
Go ahead now.
Tries to finish up this run.
Tight.
And look at how fast he ties that thing. That shows you why he's #1 in the state. 15 and 28. for Jace Mayfield. Look at this again on the replay. Just quick. (15 and 28) for Jace Mayfield.
Right. Glade Parker out of Laramie's up
So with all that, he's still in third place right now.
with having
All
to
that,
go to the second rope and
yeah.
Clay
Parker out of Laramie, your next cowboy up.
followed by Cannon Campbell out of Shoshone, Trig Thompson out of Cheyenne.
Getting ready to go. Laramie's own Glade Parker. Horse is giving him a little bit more trouble than he would like. Again, you want to get that horse centered. You want to get everything set and ready to go. Get that calf facing the right way. This is another small one, but Parker's going to catch him. Comes off of the horse. The rope got under the calf, so unfortunately that's going to make the flank a little bit more difficult. Now Parker gets him down. Wants to get a time here. Oh, gets hung up there on the tie. Stops the clock. 6 seconds will start as soon as he gets back on that horse. Wait, it should stay tied. 27-55 for Glade Parker. That'll bring up Cannon Campbell out of Shoshone. That 27-55, by the way, puts him in 8th place. Cannon Campbell from Shoshone, your next man up.
Followed by Trig Thompson out of Cheyenne and Ryder Mormon out of Gillette.
A lot of great cowboys coming from Gillette.
Cannon was 10th last Sunday with a 15.16.
15.16 would put him in 3rd place at the moment.
One other thing we probably ought to mention there is he's the number 3 roper in the state.
Yeah. Here comes Cannon Campbell from Shoshone. Oh, and it looked like he had him slick around the neck, but that calf just walks through the loop. Check this out on the Cowboy Days replay board. Look at this. He has him, and somehow just that calf just slips through. I'm not sure how that happened. Another tie-down roping brought to you by Les Schwab Tire Center. And now you've got some big names encounter some trouble. That'll bring up Trig Thompson from Cheyenne. Ryder Mormon on deck. Kyler Clark from Yoder in the hole. Thompson nods his head. Here we go. Takes one at the barrier. Ooh, this could be a good catch, but he catches it by the back leg. Has to get him up. Oh, he's got 2 hind feet there. Have to free one of them. Gets it off of the calf. Strings it up. Now looking to get a time here. Gets the hands up, stops the watch. Calf trying to get up on him. Remember, has to stay tied for 6 seconds. That starts, I'm calling to no time. Yeah, I didn't get him to his feet to flank him. That's a no time for Trig Thompson. Ryder Mormon from Gillette up next.
Followed by Kyler Clark out of Yoder and Caden Rankin out of Gillette.
We are at 25 of our 33 tie-down ropers. And we'll go back and finish the breakaway roping. Then we'll have the pole bending and the team roping. In the pole bending, we have Looking out of here. In the pole bending, we've got 35 contestants. And in the team roping, we have 35 teams. So basically 70 rodeo runs, which will go by fairly quickly at the conclusion of the breakaway roping. And the barrier came undone a little bit, so.
Just a little bit of a delay.
Yep, we got a little bit of a delay on our.
Waiting for Ryder Mormon.
Yep, and then it'll be Kyler Clark, Caden Rankin, Bodie Coombs, James Coxbill, Talon Larson, Bridger Peel, Jackson Phillips, Kate Thar, and then Hayes Espenshai will be our final tie-down roper. Ryder Mormon, from Gillette. Here we go. And, figure eighted around the head, it looks like, and in and out, no time. Kyler Clark from Yoder will be next.
Kyler roped in Laramie last weekend, both days. He was 6th on Saturday with an 11 and 5.3. He was 6th again on Sunday with a 12 and 9.4.
Kai Clark out of Yoder.
Followed by Caden Rankin out of Gillette, Bodie Coombs out of Wellington.
Here we go. Here comes Clark. And he's on him slick. Has a chance here. Clark has him at his feet. Flips him over. This could be a big run if it goes well here. Now get the tie in there. Yeah. All right. That 14:02 by Cajiz Camino that has stood for a while. 12 and 59. If it stays down, he's your new leader. And that is going to work. 12 and 59 by Kai Clark. And he is your unofficial leader. All the results we give you are unofficial. But 12 and 59 for Kai Clark. He takes the lead.
Caden Rankin out of Gillette will be up next.
And he's going to try to chase that one down. Oh, tough dismount coming off of the horse. Stands him up, flanks him. Having trouble with the string. Oh, calf really fighting him right now. And stops the watch. 12:59 by Kai Clark, though. Your new top mark. Put a good tie on him. That calf isn't going anyway. 26:36 for Caden Rankin. Bodie Coombs out of Wellington will be next. 26:36 puts him in 8th place.
Bodie last Sunday in Laramie was 3rd with the 12 and 31. He's your number 6 cowboy in the state.
Well, trying to build some momentum. That would go to the lead if he can duplicate that. Here we go, Combs. He's on him good here. Nice flank here. Combs with a chance. If he's clean at the barrier, this could be in the lead. Stops it. Looks like he's clean. Waiting for it. I think Bodie Combs just might have went. Oh, 11 and 44, but he broke the barrier 21 and 44 for Bodie Coombs out of Wellington, Colorado. James Coxbill from Laramie will be next.
Surprised I don't have a score for James from Laramie last weekend, but looks like he wasn't there.
Coxbill in from Laramie. It'll be Talon Larson on deck from Gillette.
Followed by Bridger Pyle out of Thermopolis.
Here we go. Coxbill, this is a fast calf, gets out in front of him. Coxbill's gonna have to reach for this one. Oh, and can't get to it. No time for Coxbill. Talon Larson from Gillette will be next.
Talon roped in Laramie last weekend. Saturday he was second with a 10 and 6.
Well,
and Sunday he was seventh with a 13 and 88.
Well, the 13 and 88 right now would put him in second place.
The 10 and 6 would put him in first.
Oh yeah, by a mile. All right, now chasing the 12 and 59 by Kai Clark. Here we go. This is Talon Larson, and he will take a no time. Bridger Peel out of Thermopolis will be next.
Bridger roped last Sunday. He was 8th with a 14 and 03.
14:03 would put him 100th of a second behind second place Hazen Camino. I got 4 more away from finishing the breakaway. Here we go. And off and running with a run here. It's Bridger Peel. He's up. Can flank him easily here. Just misstringed him a little bit. That's going to cost him a little bit. And wraps it up. Peel. Waiting for the time. 15 and 77 plus a speeding ticket. 25 and 77 for Bridger Peel. Jackson Phillips from Moorcroft is our next man up. Only 3 more tie-down ropers left before we move on to breakaway roping to end that event.
Looks like Jackson's needing to time here to break into the top 10.
Phillips out of Moorcroft.
Jackson will be followed by Cade Thar, Hayes Eppenscheid.
Of course, Thar from Rosette, Espenscheid from Big Piney. Phillips with a good catch here. Has him on his feet. Now has to track him down. This calf definitely making things difficult. Good flank here from Phillips. Young cowboy looking to wrap it up. And stops the watch, trying to stand up, though, the calf.
We're at 1774.
1774. Oh, but he broke the barrier. 27 and 74 for Jackson Phillips out of Moorcroft. I'll bring Cade Thar from Rosette. And Hayes Espenscheid, those are your last 2.
Cade, your number 4 cowboy in the state. Last weekend, Saturday, he was 7th with 11 and 91. And Sunday, he was 9th with a 14 and 38.
Well, with some of the best in the state losing some momentum, chance for Thar to capture some here out of Rosette. Thar backs that thing up into the box. Here we go. Chance for Thar. Can he get it on it? Yes. Goes around the torso. And now it's slipping back towards the legs. Oh. And it's gone from complicated to difficult. Thar will have to flank that thing without a rope, which is impressive. And he's looking to just get a time here. Wraps it up, stops the clock. Oh, and it's going to try to get up on him, and it's up. It's a no time for Cade Thar. Oh, wait a minute. They said he's good, actually. 22.98. It got up after the 6 seconds, and now here's Cade Espenscheid at a Big Piney, our final tie-down roper of the day. And we'll get back to breakaway roping. We'll pick it up with Haley Hushbeck out of Cheyenne. Only 19 breakaway ropers separating us from the finish. Here we go. Espenscheid gets a catch on that one. Rope kind of mixed up a little bit on him. Looks like it almost figure eight around the body of the calf. And he's going to have to untangle that mess before he can start. Got it untangled. Now we're going to get a flank here, but that's the 20-second time limit. And it's a no time for Espenscheid. Let's go ahead and go on to our final results here in the tie-down roping. That's the breakaway roping. Apologies. Tie-down roping. It's going to be Kyler Clark from Yoder with a 12.59, takes the day. Hazen Camino from Buffalo, second with a 14.02. Sidwell Peterson from Torrington takes third with a 14.85. Jace Mayfield from Midwest with a 15.28 and fourth. Austin Pixley from Sundance with a 15.55 rounds out our top five. And our tie-down roping brought to you by Les Schwab Tires. Moving back over to the breakaway roping, brought to you by Ready. Safety and excellence in industrial services since 1982. And the time to beat is a 2:16 from Kaylee Hutchinson that we saw in the first performance. 2:16 for Hutchinson. Leads the breakaway roping at this point in time. So who is going to be our first breakaway roper in, I guess, group number 2?
I believe Haley Finner was our last one, so it should be Haley Hushbeck out of Cheyenne, followed by Gracie Hardiman and Casey Kosmicki.
So waiting the start here. Haley Hushbeck
out of Cheyenne.
Yep. Remember that 2:16 sits atop. Hadley Thompson from Yoder sits second with the 2:44. Camry Davis from Buffalo with a 3:06. Sydney Odekoven from Gillette with a 13:15. And rounding out your top five, it's Tacey Jones with a 3:55. Hushbeck can't get that one to go, and it'll be a no time for the Cheyenne Cowgirl. I don't bring up Gracie Hardiman from Jackson. Calls Wilson home.
Gracie's your number 3 breakaway roper. She roped last Saturday in Laramie. Ended up second with a 2:69.
That 2:16 is incredibly high bar to clear, but Hardiman, you mentioned, number 3 in the state.
She was just 5/10 off of that last week.
We'll be competing for a state title in this one, in this event in Rock Springs in June. We'll be live on mylocalradio.com for all of it.
All week long we'll be here.
Cannot wait. Hardiman, here we go. Gonna have to really reach for this one, and this is that one, and unfortunately one of the top cowgirls in the event will take a no time. Now brings up Casey Kosmicki from Yoder.
Followed by Molly Allen out of Cheyenne, and Ireland Campbell out of Shoshone.
And we'll have our final 2 events, the team roping and the pole bending. And we'll call it a day here in Rock Springs. Definitely has been more than what we could have asked for.
Non-stop action today.
Kosmicki gonna get a time, yeah. 4:03. That'll put her in 6th place. Molly Allen will be next from Cheyenne.
Followed by Ireland Campbell out of Shoshone and Brenna Herring out of Veteran.
Breakaway roping presented by Ready, excuse me. Safety and excellence in industrial services since 1982. And having to chase this one and taking a no time. It's going to be Molly Allen. Next up, Shoshone is Ireland Campbell.
Followed by Brenna Herring out of Veteran and Devlin Cole out of Sheridan.
.216 from Kaylee Hutchinson. He's the lead. Ireland Campbell from Shoshone is your next cowgirl. Runs off towards the left, and oh, she had it around her, but the calf just walked through the loop. Let's check it out on the Evanston Cowboy Days replay board right here. Check this out. She has it around him, and then it just walks through. Unfortunate break there for Ireland.
Brenna Herring out of Veteran will be next. She's your number 10 cowgirl in the state right now.
Devlin Cole from Sheridan on deck. Gracie Pendleton from Manila in the hole. Herring from Veteran, as you mentioned. Remember, backing that thing up into the box, give you the best run at the barrier. Looks like she's clean. Oh, she had the right timing, just through the loop wide. Devlin Cole of Sheridan up next.
Followed by Grady Pendleton out of Manila, Addison Grimesman out of Warland.
2:16 by Rosette's Kaylee Hutchison stands on top. In our breakaway roping, brought to you by Ready.
Safety and excellence in industrial services since 1982.
Cole will nod the hat, and here we go. This has got a chance. Has to chase that one a ways. Oh, and unfortunately a no time for Devlin Cole. Grady Pendleton from Manila will be next.
Grady ran last week in Laramie, ended up 7th on Saturday with a 3:56.
Starting to march her way into the top 10 of the state. Realizes that, hey, you know what? Not only is state finals right down the road for me, for Wyoming, but national finals right down the road as well. Pendleton. Chasing that 2:16. Here we go. And oh, she would have had a chance at it. Just missed it. She was roping for the win there. Addison Griezmann from Warland.
Followed by Carly Peterson out of Buffalo and Jamie Adamson out of Buffalo.
But they're all chasing Kaylee Hutchison out of Rosette with a 2:16. Addison Griezmann from Warland. Next cowgirl to go. Approaching our 4th hour of rodeo coverage. And that sounds like a long time, but think about all we have seen in these 4 hours. It has been moving. It's not been a lot of stoppage. It's not been a lot of events just kind of sitting. It's been just constant movement.
This is a really, really well-run performance.
Griezmann tries to go for it. Oh, can't get to it. That'll be a no time for Griezmann. I'll take us to Carly Peterson out of Buffalo. Dolly Wilson from Jackson on deck.
Carly Peterson was in Laramie last weekend. Ended up 5th on Sunday with a 3:06.
Buffalo, of course, up there by Sheridan. Nods the head. Here she goes. Going for something here. She got a chance. Oh, and just like we've seen so many times, the calves are just kind of shimmying through the rope. She'll take it no time. Dolly Wilson from Jackson up next. Jamie Adamson from Buffalo stands on deck with Dylan Thar in the hole.
Dylan's your number 2 cowgirl in the state.
Well, number 1 right now sits in second place with a 2:44. I mean, when it comes down to tenths of a second, that's a coin flip, quite frankly. Wilson nods ahead. Here she comes. Jacksonville cowgirl. Calf runs towards the left, completely takes her offline. Wilson wants a time, though. And unfortunately, she can't hit the loop. No time for Wilson. Jamie Adamson from Buffalo will be next.
Jamie Adams, she ran in Laramie last week. On Sunday, ended up 8th with a 3:47. Dylan Thar will follow Jamie. And Morgan Watts out of Eden will be next.
We'll go to the team roping, the first section of the team roping after this. It'll be one section of team roping, so all 35 teams will run. Jamie Adamson from Buffalo. So we'll run all the team ropers, and then we'll have our final event in the pole bending. Adamson, here she comes. Oh, almost. She was roping again to be aggressive, get that win, but unfortunately it's a no time. Here is your number 2 cowgirl in the state, Dylan Thar out of Douglas.
Last weekend in Laramie, she roped both days. Saturday, she ended up 8th with a 4:05. Sunday, she was 4th with a 2:81.
Wants to get back to the winner's circle. Thar backing up into the box. Here we go. Thar chasing this one down. Hey, this is a good one. 3:02 for Dylan Thar. That'll put her in third place. So Hadley Thompson, the number 1 cowgirl in the state, sits second. Thar, the number 2, sits third. But they're all chasing Kaylee Hutchinson out of Rosette with a 2:16. Here's Morgan Watts from Eden.
Morgan will be followed by Katie Rice out of Buffalo and Corlin Slatterly out of Rosette.
Watts chasing this one down a little bit. Looked like the horse might have stumbled a little bit midway down the arena. Hey, she's going to get a time. Great work there from Morgan Watts. 6:97 for Morgan. That'll put her in 9th place. That'll bring up Katie Rice out of Buffalo.
Katie was 9th last Saturday with a 4:78.
Well, time in that range would put her in 9th as well, as this is starting to tighten up a little bit. Katie Rice out of Buffalo. Backing into the Ropers box. Here we go. Rice. Oh, this could be big. Rice with a good run there. 2:86. That puts her in third place. What a run by Katie Rice.
Absolutely.
A 2:16, 2:44, 2:86. Again, when it comes to tenths of a second, it's a coin flip. Any one of those 3 could be on top, but it is Kaylee Hutchinson with the blistering 2:16. Next up, Corlin Slattery of Rosette.
Curley was also in Laramie last weekend on Sunday, ended up 9th with a 3:05.
3-5 would put you in 7th here tonight. Here's Slattery. Oh, this could be another big one. Looks back at the barrier. 277. And now you got a new third place one. And just like that, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 runs, all under 3 seconds. Chloe Nichols from Boulder will be next.
She'll be followed by Cameron Farrell out of Thermopolis and Catherine Vineyard out of Lovell.
Only 4 more breakaway ropers left. Chloe Nichols out of Boulder. Next cowgirl to go. Here she comes. And she's going to get a time. 5:07 for Nichols. That'll put her in 11th. I'll bring up Cameron Farrell out of Thermopolis.
Looks like Cameron's looking to get into the scorebooks here with the run today. Cameron will be followed by Catherine Vineyard out of Lovell and Rosalind Heron out of Gillette.
This is Cameron Farrell from Thermopolis. Here we go. Oh, Farrell can't get a hold of that one. Fortunately, that's a no time. Sets the stage for Catherine Vineyard out of Lovell.
Catherine was in Laramie last weekend, ended up 10th on Sunday with the 494, but she was third on Sunday with the 2:78. It's very possible we see another sub 3 second run here.
Catherine Vineyard to come on. And a
There
good
we
run
go.
there by Vineyard.
2:53.
And our final breakaway roper.
Catherine Vineyard moved into third with that 2:53. Final breakaway roper will be Rosalind Heron out of Gillette.
Then we'll have the team roping, 35 teams. They're going to run them all in one session. Rosalind Heron out of Gillette, your final breakaway roper. Chasing the 2 and 16 from Kaylee Hutchinson. She's going to have to throw early in order to challenge that one.
2 steps out of the box.
Yep. Here we go. And Harrison now going to get, oh, looked like she had a time, but the calf walks out of it. So that's the end of our breakaway roping, brought to you by Ready. Of course, Ready, providing safety and excellence in industrial services since 1982. It's Kaylee Hutchinson from Rosette with the win with a 2 and 16. Hadley Thompson from Yoder with a 2 and 44. Catherine Vineyard from Lovell with a 2 and 53 in third. Cortland Slattery from Rosette in fourth with a 2 and 77. Katie Rice from Buffalo in fifth with a 2 and 86. Rounds out your top 5 on our Ready results board. Time to move on to our team roping, brought to you by Cowboy State Realty.
Cowboy State Realty with unparalleled industry knowledge, experience, and local expertise. Cowboy State Realty offers the Southwest Wyoming real estate experience you've been looking for. Give them a call today, 307-200-4332.
Should start it off with Corey Baumhoff and Jace Rourke from Cheyenne and Gillette, respectively.
small break here while they rake the arena.
Let's go ahead and recap what we have seen so far today here in Rock Springs. The bareback riding taken by the reigning national champions Tucker Caricado with a 76 for him. Then in the steer wrestling, it was taken by Carson Ewing with a 6 and 68, number 2 cowboy in the state. Gets the job done. Moving on to the saddle bronc riding. It was Ryan Nunn out of level with a 68-point ride. And then in the bull riding, Hayden Welsh with a 70, won that one earlier in the day. Barrel racing, Sidney Jones from Farson with a 15 and 5.97. The goat tying taken by Rayleigh Caldwell with a 6 and 4.0. Tie down roping won by Kyle Clark with a 12 and 59. The breakaway roping just taken by Kaylee Hutchinson with a 2 and 16. As we get set for our team roping, brought to you by Cowboy State Realty, as they are going through and running the arena right now, raking it, make sure everything is good. Baumhoff and Rourke will be our first team to go. And then we'll get set for the team roping as the tractor has exited the arena. Again, Cowboy State Realty, sponsor of our team roping.
We do have the top 3 teams in the state here today, so we should expect some good times again.
Absolutely. We have seen the best Cowboys and Cowgirls, truly the best Cowboys and Cowgirls in the state of Wyoming at the high school level. Saw a national champion.
As a sophomore.
Yeah, as a sophomore. That's exactly right. It'll be Corey Baumhoff and Jace Rourke from Cheyenne and Gillette to start things off. Leigh Parker and Grady Longwell from Laramie and Evansville will be second. Jay Richley and Carly Peterson from Thermopolis and Buffalo will be third. Kaysen Gines from Powell and Ryder Mormon from Gillette will be fourth. And our first 5 rounded off by Corlin Slattery from Rosette and Dayton Tillman from Wheatland. This is the only team event in the rodeo program. It consists of a header and a heeler. And then, of course, the header will rope first. They'll come out at the same time. The header will rope first, rope the head of the steer, wrap his dally, so take the saddle, or excuse me, the rope and wrap it around the saddle horn, and then turn the steer towards his partner, the heeler, who will look to clean it up by roping both of the back legs. The clock stops when the steer is stretched out and both horses are facing each other. Penalties include the barrier penalty, which we've talked about ad nauseum, but that is a 10-second penalty. But a event-specific penalty is the one hind foot. If you only catch one hind foot in the heel catch, then it is a 5-second penalty.
As we've talked about in previous broadcasts, this is a co-ed sport.
Yep.
So you'll see either 2 cowboys together, a cowboy and a cowgirl, or 2 cowgirls. Teams to watch for here are Keaton Hayden and Austin Pixley. They're the number 2 team in the state right now. Your number 1 team is Talon Larson and Cashton Reynolds out of Gillette and Rosette, respectively. And your number 3 team is Hayes Espenscheid, Nicholas Albrecht out of Big Piney and Sheridan.
We'll see Talon Larson and Cashton Reynolds coming out of the 19 spot, so about the halfway point of our roping. as they look to rake this arena up. Tell you what, though, this has been a great venue to watch a rodeo here this afternoon.
There is not a bad seat in the house.
No. We cannot wait to come back for state in June. Not sure if it'll be in this arena or if we're going to be at an outdoor arena.
I would think if the weather is decent, we'll be outside.
Yep.
However, the reining and cutting could be in the indoor.
I believe that is the case. Approaching the 1 o'clock hour. We got started at 9 a.m. Actually, we're past the 1 o'clock hour, so we're into hour 5 of our broadcast. We're going to check out hour 4 of our broadcast.
Seems like we just started, but then you look at all that we've seen, and it's amazing.
Thank you so much to each and every one of you who've tuned in to our Addicted Power Sports High School Rodeo Series, brought to you by Addicted Power Sports. Whether it's for work or play, check out Addicted Power Sports' selection of dirt bikes, road bikes, ATVs, and side-by-sides. Addicted Power Sports, Evanston, Wyoming, 307-799-7533. Our results board brought to you by Ready, Safety and Excellence in Industrial Services since 1982. And our replay by Evanston Cowboy Days, PRCA Rodeo. The biggest little rodeo in the West over Labor Day weekend. Catch Chauncey Williams on Friday, September 1st, and PRCA Rodeos with a host of family fun from September 2nd through the 4th. Visit EvanstonCowboyDays.com for the complete schedule and tickets. Here's our first team of the day. And our team opening brought to you by Cowboy State Realty. It is Corey Baumhoff and Jace Rourke. Here we go. Baumhoff turns the steer to Rourke, looking to clean it up. And we got ourselves a time right off the bat.
That's the way to start it.
7:75. Already a blistering time to set the pace. Baumhoff and Rourke.
Glade Parker out of Laramie and Grady Longwell out of Evansville be next, followed by Jay Ritchie out of Thermopolis, and Carly Peterson out of Buffalo, and then Kason Gines out of Powell, and Ryder Mormon out of Gillette.
Our next team, this is Glade Parker and Grady Longwell. Oh, and misses the headshot in no time. Next up will be Jay Ritchie from Thermopolis, Carly Peterson from Buffalo.
Followed by Kason Gines out of Powell and Ryder Mormon out of Gillette. You know, 35 team ropers sound like a lot, but we saw 89 last night in just over an hour or so.
Yep.
Here we go.
Yep. Chasing this one down. Ritchie from Thermopolis really had to reach for that one. Now wraps it around the horn, turns it around for Peterson, and she's going to get a shot here. Oh, and just clanked it off of the side of the steer. No time.
Kason Gines out of Powell, Ryder Mormon are up next, followed by Corlin Slattery out of Rosette, Dayton Tillman out of Wheatland, until Tavji out of Newcastle, followed by Pate, also out of Newcastle.
Kason Gines from Powell, Ryder Mormon. Gines turns it, Mormon to clean it up. Oh, and can't get the heel catch.
Corlin Slattery out of Rosette, Dayton Tillman out of Wheatland, and your next team, Tell and Pate Tavji out of Newcastle, follow them. Griffin Romero and Truett Jari out of Rock Springs and Rollins will follow that up.
Corlin Slattery, Dayton Tillman. Slattery trying to complete the head catch. Unfortunately, it's going to be in no time. Moving up Tell to VG and Page to VG. Out of Newcastle.
Clears it away.
Newcastle's Tell to VG and Page to VG. Backing into the box. And this could be a
Good
time.
kick. Oh, one leg.
1 hind foot. It's going to be a 5-second penalty. 25 and 22 for Taviji and Taviji. Puts him in second place. Now brings up Griffin Romero, hometown Cowboy, Rock Springs, taking on Truett Giroux, or from Rollins, or getting it on with Truett Jar from Rollins. Giroux, excuse me.
Followed by Sid Peterson out of Torrington, Jace Mayfield out of Midwest, and Cam Johnson out of Buffalo, and Cale Eppenscheid out of Big Piney.
Here's Romero. Good catch there. Now turns it up for Giroux. Oh! And no time there. Moving on to Sid Peterson and Jace Mayfield out of Midwest.
Cam Johnson and Cale Espenscheid out of Big Piney, or Buffalo and Big Piney. We'll follow them.
So Sid Peterson, Jace Mayfield, of course, Mayfield, the #1 tie-down roper in the state. Out of Midwest, his header, Sid Peterson out of Torrington. There we go. And catches it, turns it for Mayfield to clean it up, and it's going to be a 1 hind foot. $14.45, but you add 5 to it, I believe that's $19.45. Or $14.45 with the penalty, so it was a $10.45. Yep. I mean, Cam Johnson and Cale Espenscheid out of Big Piney.
Cam and Cale ran in Laramie last weekend on Saturday. Ended up third with a 7:78.
Cam Johnson, Cale Espenscheid. Here we go. Johnson gets it around the head. Now centers it up for Espenscheid. Hey, how about that? A clean run. Is it clean at the barrier? 9:55. That'll put them in second place. Jace Wilson out of Gillette. And Caden Rankin, both from Gillette.
Followed by McCoy Longwell out of Thermopolis, Jet Longwell also out of Thermopolis, and then Ava Reno from Gillette and Trig Thompson from Cheyenne.
Jace Wilson on the head inside, Rankin on the heel inside. Here we go, Wilson. Ooh, he's got a real chance here. Gets it around the horn, now spins it over for Rankin. Oh, and just couldn't get that one to go. We saw some impressive team roping yesterday in Spanish work. A heel catch where I've still not today. I have no idea how he did it. The steer ran away from him, then he had to kind of sidearm it, and not only did he catch him, he caught him clean, like both feet. And then there was one where a header nearly lost his dally. He's outstretched over the head of his horse and actually pulls the rope back in to dally it off.
Both of those you'd have to see to believe.
Yeah, McCoy Longwell and Jet Longwell. We should come up at the end of this rodeo series with like a top 10 moments and go back and cut a video together.
A highlight reel?
Yep.
There you go.
McKay Longwell and Jet Longwell, both from Thermopolis.
I just don't know if we could narrow it down to 10.
Oh, that's going to be difficult.
Averino out of Gillette. Trig Thompson will follow this team.
Here we go. Oh. And unfortunately, the headshot missed by McCoy Longwell, the header. Jet Longwell, though. And Longwells will take a no time. Averino and Trig Thompson, Gillette and Cheyenne, respectively.
Followed by Adam Belus and Hazen Camino out of Buffalo.
We just saw Camino take second in the tie-down roping.
And Keaton Hayden out of Gillette with Austin Pixley out of Sundance.
Here we go. Averino with a good catch now, wraps off the dally, turns it around for Trig Thompson. How about that? A clean run. 9:50 puts him in second place. Tell you what, that 7:75 by Corey and Jace Baumoff, who were first out, has stood pretty well. They're in first place. Averino and Trig Thompson in second place with a 9:05. Cam Johnson and Cale Espenscheid in third place with a 9:55. Next up, Adam Bellis and Hazen Camino out of Buffalo. Bellis with a quick catch. Camino, can he clean it up? Put him on a chance here. Oh, unfortunately, it's one. $11.88 means it was a 6:88 blistering run, and that 11:88 still puts them in the top 5, fourth place to be exact. That'll bring up Keaton Hayden and Austin Pixley, Gillette and Sundance for these two Cowboys.
Keaton Hayden and Austin Pixley. These guys won Sunday in Laramie last week.
You see why. Early head catch from Hayden. Pixley to clean it up. Oh, he had it right where it needed to be. It just slipped off. No time for Hayden and Pixley. Tacey Jones and Connor Weiss from Farson will be your next team to go.
Followed by Dylan Thar out of Douglas with Braxton Burford out of Mitchell. Cannon Campbell out of Shoshone, and Cade Thar out of Rosette.
Tacey Jones on the head side, Connor Weiss on the heel side. Here we go. Jones riding to get out of this one. Nice clean head catch, wraps it off, turns it around for Weiss. Oh, and unfortunately, it's a no time for Weiss. Dylan Thar and Braxton Burford, Douglas and Mitchell for this team.
This is your number 7 team in the state. Last Sunday they were 4th with an 8:06.
8:06 to put you in second place right now. Right now it's Corey Baumoff and Jace Rourke with a 7:75. Averino, Trig Thompson in second with a 9:05. Cam Johnson and Cale Espenscheid round out your top 3 with a 9:55. Dylan Thar and Braxton Burford. Thar, just wrapped it off of the top. We just saw Thar compete in the breakaway roping. Finished 6th place with a 3-2, 3-0-2 to be exact. Fortunately, that didn't work out for them. Cannon Campbell and Cade Thar from Shoshone and Rosette.
Last Saturday in Laramie, they were 5th with an 8:62.
Keep your eye on Campbell on the head side. Probably going to be an early shot here. Of course, ever since Speed Williams, everybody's taken that 2-swing throw.
Hey, if you can do it, why not?
Yeah. It's fun to watch. Cannon Campbell from Shoshone, Cade Thar from Rosette. Here we go. Campbell going to have to chase this one down. Reaches for that and somehow gets it. Looking to clean it up. And they got it. It's a clean run. Great job there by Cannon Campbell and Cade Thar. Waiting for the time. 10:73 puts them in 4th place. Let's check it out on the Cowboy Days replay board. That head catch by Thar was unreal. I'll bring up Cooper Jones and Braxton Condis. Jones from Farson, Condis from Lyman. Pretty much a home high school rodeo for the Lyman Cowboy. Jones from Farson gets it around the head, setting it up for Condis. And we'll get a +5. 15 and 85, so 10 and 85 turns to 15 and 85. That will put them in 7th place. Tylen Larson, Ashton Reynolds from Gillette and Rosette will be your next team to go. Already 18 through of our 35. Team 19 is Tylen Larson and Ashton Reynolds from Gillette and Rosette. Brody Payne and Dylan Payne from Powell is on deck. Hadley Thompson and Asa Pixley from Yoder, and Sundance are in the hole. Thompson, of course, the #1 cowgirl in the state in barrel racing, breakaway roping, and pole bending, which we will see momentarily. Our team roping brought to you by Cowboy State Realty. With unparalleled industry knowledge and experience and local expertise, Cowboy State Realty offers the Southwest Wyoming real estate experience you've been looking for. Call us today at 307-200-4332. Looks like they're doing a redraw right now. When we do, we'll see Tylen Larson and Ashton Reynolds. Earlier in the rodeo, though, Tucker Caricato takes the bareback riding with a 76. Carson Ewing from Douglas takes the steer wrestling with a 6 and 68. Saddlebrock riding won by levels. Ryan Nunn with a 68-point ride. In the bull riding, Hayden Welsh from Gillette with a 70-point ride. The barrel racing taken by Farson Sidney Jones with a 15 and 5.97. The goat tying by Rayleigh Caldwell with a 6 and 4. The tie down roping by Kyler Clark with a 12 and 59, and the breakaway roping by Kaylee Hutchison with a 12 and 16. Currently the top mark in our team roping, it's Corey Baumhoff from Cheyenne and Jace Rourke from Gillette with a 7 and 75.
All right. Looks like they're still working out some details over there, so we'll give them just a second.
Yep, they're doing I think they said they're redrawing right now to see what the next teams will get. We've gotten through 18 teams, so we shouldn't have to redraw again as there are 35 total teams. So once we get this done, we'll be off and running to the finish of the team roping. Then they'll rake and set up the poles for our final event, the pole bending. That one's another blink and you miss it. We may be out of here by about 2:30. Maybe.
2:33 for sure.
Yep. Entering the halfway point of hour number 4 of our broadcast here today. Big thank you to each and every one of you for tuning in. Wyoming High School Rodeo. We are first one here at the Addicted Power Sports High School Rodeo Series, and we have had a blast.
What a day.
Yep.
All of the top contestants lived up to their billing.
Yep.
And we've seen a few surprises, too.
Absolutely. Our next team will be Tylen Larson and Ashton Reynolds from Gillette and Rosette when we get set, and it looks like we are ready to go. So probably have to go through after the redraw. You have to load the steers in the correct order, which that sorting pin in the background, that is not a easy job.
I'm glad somebody does it, but I sure don't want to.
The Addicted Power Sports High School Rodeo Series live here in Rock Springs. We'll be on live in Rock Springs for our next stop. It's the state finals, June 5th through the 10th. Cannot wait for that one. Especially after today, we're going to get multiple days of this.
Absolutely.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
Not sure I can wait a month.
Yeah.
But they didn't ask me, so I guess we will.
Yep. Looking at Gatlin Pendleton warming up right now. We'd be remiss to mention some of the national sponsors for the Junior High School Rodeo Association, where we got Cinch, American Hat,
Boot Barn.
Whole bunch of companies that make high school rodeo possible, not just in Wyoming and Utah, but throughout the entire country.
We appreciate them and making this all possible.
Yep. Live at the Sweetwater Events Complex. Here for Rock Springs stop on the Utah High School Rodeo Association circuit here in 2023.
Very happy to be here. Had a great time in Utah the last 2 weekends, or last weekend and last night. And, today is even billing for what those rodeos showed. So.
Yep. Talon Larson from Gillette, Cashton Reynolds from Rosette will be your next team to go when we get the go-ahead. And then after them, it will be Brody Payne and Dylan Payne out of Powell, Hadley Thompson from Yoder, and Asa Pixley out of Sundance. Hayes Espenscheid and Nicholas Albrecht from Big Piney and Sheridan, respectively. Addison Griezmann from Moreland, Cody Hayden from Gillette, your next 5 teams to go. Still to come, that number 1 team in the state, Talon Larson and Cashton Reynolds. And that's the team that we're waiting on to see. As right now, as we look at our ready results board, Corey Baumhoff and Jace Rourke from Cheyenne and Gillette lead it with a 7-75. Ava Reno and Trig Thompson from Gillette and Cheyenne with a 9-50. Cam Johnson and Cale Espenscheid from Buffalo and Big Piney in 3rd place with a 9-55. Cannon Campbell from Shoshone and Cade Thar from Rosette with a 10-73. Adam Bellis and Hazen Camino from Buffalo with 11-88. Sid Peterson and Jason Mayfield from Torrington and Midwest with a 14-45 in 6th. Cooper Jones and Braxton Condis from Farson and Lyman in 7th with a 15-85. Tell and Pate Taviji from Newcastle in 8th with a 25-22. As we get set for more live team roping brought to you by Cowboy State Realty. And talk to us a little bit about our number 1 team in the state, who we are waiting to see, Talon Larson and Cashton Reynolds.
With Talon out of Gillette, Cashton out of Rosette. Last weekend on Sunday, they ended up 5th with an 11-84. Coming up in just a few teams, we'll have Hayes Espenscheid and Nicholas Albrecht, who are the number 3 team in the state.
So some big guns coming up, taking a shot at that 7 and 75 by Corey Baumhoff and Chase Rourke, who were the first out the gates and immediately said, beat this.
We'll set the bar.
Well, Wyoming High School Rodeo, a big deal to a lot of families, and we are happy to be able to assist those families that can't make it to Rock Springs for this rodeo, as well as the state finals rodeo, June 5th through the 10th. We'll have it all right here on mylocalradio.com. Bookmark it. Myself and Matt Petrie, we're going to be live in Rock Springs the 5th through the 10th, that whole week, culminating with crowning our state champions in the top team that'll be going to the national finals in July in Gillette.
Say that 5 times fast.
July in Gillette. July in Gillette. July in Gillette. July in Gillette. July in Gillette.
You win.
Yep. I think I got that one.
I want to thank our headline sponsor, Addictive Power Sports, for making this available to anybody who can't be here and would like to watch it. Addicted Power Sports, whether it's for work or play, check out Addicted Power Sports selection of dirt bikes, road bikes, ATVs, and side-by-sides. Addicted Power Sports in Evanston, Wyoming, 307-789-7533. I'd also like to, for the clock, we'd like to thank Reddy, Clock and the Scorebug. Safety and excellence in industrial services since 1982, Reddy. And for all the replays, Evanston Cowboy Days, PRCA Rodeo. Evanston Cowboy Days, the biggest little rodeo in the West over Labor Day weekend. Catch Chancey Williams on Friday, September 1st. PRCA Rodeos with a host of other family fun from September 2nd through the 4th. Visit EvanstonCowboyDays.com for the complete schedule and tickets.
Talon Larson, Cashton Reynolds from Gillette and Rosette will be our next team to go when we get to go ahead to start. And we got ropers entering the box, so we are ready to start with the second half of our team roping. Got started at 9 a.m., approaching hour number 4 of our broadcast. But it has felt more like 40 minutes with how fast things have been going. Talon Larson, Cashton Reynolds.
Your number 1 team in the state.
Yep. This will be a team to keep your eyes on. Here we go. Larson has to chase that one down a ways. Now to wraps it up, here's Reynolds with a clean catch and a good time. 8 and 13 for them. That'll put them in second place. The thing is it didn't look especially fast, but it was smooth.
It was.
Which is really good. And now Talon Larson and Cashton Reynolds go to second place. Then I'll bring up Brody and Dylan Payne out of Powell, your next team to go.
Followed by Hadley Thompson and Asa Pixley out of Yoder and Sundance. And then we get to the number 3 team, Hayes Espenscheid and Nicholas Albrecht out of Big Piney and Sheridan.
Here we go. It's Brody Payne and Dylan Payne. Brody with a heck of a throw, but it just spins off the horn. No time for the Payne brothers. Hadley Thompson and Asa Pixley out of Yoder and Sundance. We saw Hadley Thompson finish second in the breakaway roping with a 2 and 44. So we know she can get it on quickly. Asa Pixley, the healer, out of Sundance. With Hayes Espenscheid and Nicholas Albrecht from Big Piney and Sheridan on deck.
That's your number 3 team.
Thompson and Pixley challenging that 7 and 75 by Baumhoff and Rourke. First team out the gate. Nobody's touched him quite yet. Closest thing we've seen is an 8-13 by Larson and Reynolds. Here's Thompson. She puts on a good head catch. Now spins it, sets it up for Pixley to clean it up. Oh, and it was there. It was there. That was going to be a good time, and they just couldn't finish it off. Here's your number 3 team in the state. Hayes Espenshad and Nicholas Albrecht.
Followed by Addison Grimesman out of Worland and Cody Hayden out of Gillette. And then Jane Bowles from Big Piney and Tig Goodman from Green River.
Espenshad and Albrecht. Big Piney. Sheridan, here we go. Espenshad will go first. Oh, and he just ricocheted off of the horns. No time for the number 3 team in the States. Addison Griezmann and Cody Hayden, Worland and Gillette. Our next team up. Team 24 of 35, under 10 to go already.
Followed by Jace Bowles of Big Piney and hometown cowboy T. Goodman of Green River.
Griezmann and Hayden. Let's see what this co-ed team can do. Has to get that horse settled. Griezmann nods the head, chases this one down quickly, tries for the catch, and unfortunately she's going to miss it. Looked like it's an illegal head catch. So unfortunately that'll bring up a no time. Here comes Jace Bowles and T. Goodman. Bowles from Big Piney, Goodman from Green River, practically a hometown rodeo for the healer. Green River only about 10 miles away. Go ahead, sorry.
No. Followed by Sage Romero of Rock Springs and Gatlin Pendleton of Manila. And then Rosalind Heron of Gillette and Catherine Vineyard of Lovell. So the team of Romero and Pendleton this is basically their home rodeo as well.
Yep, here we go. Nice head catch here by Bowles. Oh, but he loses the dally. No time. That'll bring up Sage Romero and Gatlin Pendleton. Rock Springs and Manila.
Followed by Rosalind Heron of Gillette, Catherine Vineyard of Lovell, and the team of Kaylee Hutchinson from Rosette and Carter Hutchinson from Rosette.
Sage Romero, Gatlin Pendleton, Rock Springs, Manila, a local team. Of course, Romero from right here in Rock Springs. Pendleton not far away. Good head catch by Romero, setting up Pendleton, going for the heel catch. Yeah! Give it up for the home team. 8-14. That is going to put them in third place by 1/100th of a second. My goodness, what a run there by Sage Romero and Gatlin Pendleton. Next up, Rosalind Heron and Catherine Vineyard, Gillette and Lovell, all cowgirl team.
Followed by Kaylee Hutchinson, Carter Hutchinson of Rosette.
These girls going to show the boys how it's done. 7:75, your top time by Baumhoff and Rourke. Here comes Heron and Vineyard, and the steer stopped early on him, then went towards the right. Oh, that's such bad luck, especially when you saw the head catch there from Heron. Vineyard tries to clean it up, and it's going to be a no time. Kaylee Hutchinson and Carter Hutchinson. We just saw Kaylee Hutchinson win the breakaway roping with a 2-16. So a lot like Hadley Thompson. We know she can rope quick out of the box.
That's key on the head side.
Yep, and then Carter Hutchinson from Rosette. All Rosette team.
Followed by Grady Pendleton out of Manila, and James Coxbill out of Laramie. And then Caitlin Moore out of right with Jackson Phillips from Moorcroft.
All chasing the 7 and 75 from Corey Baumhoffen, Jace Rourke, Cheyenne, and Gillette. Team roping brought to you by Cowboy State Realty. Hutchison nods the head, and away we go. Hutchinson. Oh, looks like it figured in on the horn, so she's got to be patient. Now gets this one through, and I think we're going to take a no time. I think it, oh, yeah, it's going to be a no time. I think it might have figured eight a little bit around the horns. Here comes Grady Pendleton and James Coxbill. Pendleton out of Manila. Coxbill from Laramie. This is a home rodeo for Pendleton.
Followed by Caitlin Moore out of right, Jackson Phillips out of Moorcroft, Sydney
Odakoven.
Thanks. Out of Gillette and Haley Fenner out of Moorcroft.
Here we go. Pendleton chasing this one down. Going for a head catch. She gets it. Now Coxbill. Nice job. Stretches the steer out and stops the clock. 11:40 for Grady Pendleton and Coxbill. That'll put them in 7th place. I'll now bring up Caitlin Moore and Jackson Phillips of Moorcroft. Team 29 of 35. 6 more to go.
Followed by Sydney Odakoven of Gillette and Haley Fenner of Moorcroft. And then the team of Gracie Hardman out of Wilson, Audrey Kramer out of Cody.
Moore, just spins the head loop on and off. No time. I'll bring up Sydney Odakoven and Haley Fenner. Gillette and Moorcroft, Cowgirls.
Followed by Gracie Hardeman of Wilson, Audrey Kramer, the team of Audrey Kramer, Cody. Followed by Cole Krakemeyer out of Jackson and Bridger Pale out of Thermopolis.
Odakoven and Fenner. Your team right now. Here comes Odakoven with the head side. Gets a good shot. This has got a chance here. Spins it for Fenner. And one hind foot, so it's going to be +5. +13 and 18. It was an 8 and 18. Oh, they were looking at 4th place right there, but unfortunately the +5 takes it to 13 and 18. Grace Hardeman from Wilson and Audrey Kremer from Cody.
Followed by the team of Cole Krakemeyer of Jackson and Bridger Pale of Thermopolis.
Wilson over by Jackson.
Absolutely.
So that's where Hardeman goes to school. Audrey Kremer from Cody. Here we go. Hardeman on the heading side. Kremer on the heeling side. And, Hardeman just spins it off. Hardeman is quite a hand with the rope. She's number 3 in the state in the breakaway roping. But unfortunately, it's a no time for Hardeman and Kremer. That'll set the stage for Cole Krickmeyer of Jackson and Bridger Peel out of Thermopolis. 4 teams to go here in the team roping.
Brenna Herring and Veteran and Casey Kosmicki of Yoder. Next team followed by Chloe Nichols of Boulder, Trenton Sheehan of Rosette.
Krickmeyer and Peel. Here we go. Krickmeyer, he's got a chance here if he can get up on this one. Spins it off the horns, no times. Brenna Herring and Casey Kosmicki, Veteran and Yoder. Our next team up. 3 teams left in the team roping.
Chloe Nichols of Boulder and Trenton Sheehan of Rosette. Be followed by Royce Breeden of Carpenter and Kyler Clark of Yoder.
Herring and Kosmicki, Veteran and Yoder. All cowgirl team here. Brianna Herring on the head side. Casey Kosmicki on the heel inside. Herring will be in charge of the barrier on the head. Here we go. Good job there by Herring to hold up. She's going to have to chase this one away. Oh, and really reached for that one. So no time for Herring and Kosmicki. Chloe Nichols and Trenton Sheehan, Boulder and Rosette will be your next team. And then it'll end with Royce Breeden and Kyler Clark. Well, the 7 and 75 from team number 1, Corey Baumhoff from Cheyenne, and Jace Rourke from Gillette has held up this long. Can it hold up 2 more to get the win here today? Here comes Nichols and Sheehan. Nichols gets a head catch, now turns it, setting up the heel from Sheehan, and it's a no time for Nichols and Sheehan. Now the final team. It's either going to be Royce Breeden and Kyler Clark with the win, or Corey Baumhoff and Jace Rourke with the win.
Last Saturday in Laramie, this team was second with a 7 and 62.
That would win today.
And they are also your number 10 team in the state.
So, Royce Breeden from Carpenter, Kai Clark from Yoder. Royce on the heading side, Kylie on the heeling side. 7 and 75 is what the mark is for this final team. They're going to rake after this, and then we'll have pole bending, our final event of the day. Breeden and Clark. Breeden trying to get, wait till that steer is facing exactly where he wants it to. There it is, nods ahead. Here we go. Breeden throws it early, turns this one a chance for Clark. Yes! Is it enough? 5 and 65. Those are your winners. My goodness. What a run there here, and a way to end the team roping. Here brought to you by Cowboy State Realty as we go to our final results. The first team was able to best everyone. But the final team, in the top 5, it is Ava Reno and Trig Thompson from Gillette and Cheyenne with a 9 and 5 in 5th place. Sage Romero and Gatlin Pendleton in 4th place with an 8 and 14. Talon Larson and Cashton Reynolds from Gillette and Rosette with an 8 and 13 in 3rd place. In 2nd place, they were the first team out, and they survived all but one. Corey Baumhoff from Cheyenne and Jace Rourke from Gillette with a 7 and 75. But your winners, and the day belongs to Royce Breeden from Carpenter and Kyler Clark from Yoder with a 5 and 65.
Save the very best for last.
How about the team roping, brought to you by Cowboy State Realty.
Cowboy State Realty, with unparalleled industry knowledge, experience, and local expertise. Cowboy State Realty offers the Southwest Wyoming real estate experience you've been looking for. Call us today, 307-200-4332.
And then there was one. It's time for the pole bending, brought to you by Water of Life.
Water of Life, improving and purifying your air and water is what we do. Give us a call today to find out how we can help you with 307-230-0406.
That is 307-230-0406. As we get set for the pole bending, our final event of the rodeo here in Rock Springs. And what a day this has been. Wow. The team roping went off with a bang. As it'll be Aislinn Vroman will be our first pole bender. Of course, Vroman comes to us from Riverton.
Be followed by Carly Peterson out of Buffalo.
And of course, as you mentioned, Carly Peterson from Buffalo will be second out the gate.
Looking down the list a little bit here, we've got Jamie Adamson out of Buffalo. She's your 5th ranked pole bender in the state. Tessa Sanderson out of Sundance would be your number 1. Hadley Thompson is 7th. Abigail Olson is 8th. Audrey Kramer is 6th. Caitlin Moore out of Wright would be your number 2 pole bender in the state. Looking at times from last weekend, anything below about 22 seconds in a run should put you in the running for the top spot.
This one is kind of like slalom skiing except on a horse. They set up 6 poles. They run from one end of the arena to the other. Then they weave through on the first pass, come through a second pass, and then back across the finish line. Knocking over a pole is a 5-second penalty.
Of course, if they mess the pattern, then results in a no time as well.
Yep. Getting our board set up as they continue to rake here at the Sweetwater Events Complex. As it looks like it might be raining or snowing out there or something outside right now as we check, do a weather check real quick.
Another good reason to be inside today.
Yep. And we'll see a lot of the cowgirls that we have seen all morning, including Gracie Hardiman from Wilson. Also, we'll see Casey Carr from Jackson Hole, Jamie Anderson, Tessa Sanderson. A lot of names here in the pole bending. 35 pole benders.
Of course, Hadley Thompson is number 1 in goat tying, breakaway, and barrels. She's 7th in pole bending here.
As they have set up the poles here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all ready to go. Our first cowgirl will be Aislinn Vroman out of Riverton. She'll be followed by Carly Peterson of Buffalo and Cadence Bartlett from Cheyenne. They're going to kind of rake in between each of the poles. Make sure we have a flat surface to get started with our pole bending here in Rock Springs. Of course, our pole bending brought to you by Water of Life. Call 307-230-0406 to see how they can help you.
Improving and purifying your air and water is what we do. Give us a call today. Water of Life in Evanston.
Jean Scott also will be taking place in the pole bending. She'll be coming out of spot number 9. Saw her in the barrel racing and the goat tying earlier. Also, we've got to talk about Jamie Anderson, or Adamson, excuse me.
She's your number 5 cowgirl in pole bending.
Comes to us from Buffalo, over by Sheridan.
Tessa Sanderson, again, is your number 1 cowgirl in pole bending out of Sundance.
Looks like we are about ready to get started with the pole bending. We'll start with Aislinn Vroman out of Riverton. Here's Vroman, who's first. And she's looking good here through the first pass of the poles. And then she'll circle around, start to head back the other direction. Vroman across the final pole and now towards the finish line. What's it going to be for her? 21870 for Vroman. So Vroman will set the mark early at 21870 here in the pole bending.
Carly Peterson out of Buffalo will be up next, followed by Cadence Bartlett from Cheyenne, Isabel Loeffler from Cheyenne.
Once we get the go-ahead there.
Here we go.
All right, this is Carly Peterson. One end to the pattern, now starts her weave in between the poles. Good job here. Nice tight turn. Remember, it's 5 seconds for every pole you knock over, but I tell you what, Peterson's going to say, nah, I don't think I'm going to knock over any, and she's going to look to stop the clock with a good time. Remember that 21:87. 2:1176, and Peterson takes the lead, 2:1176.
Cadence Bartlett out of Cheyenne runs next. She was in Laramie last Sunday and ended up third with a 21:789.
Heck of a time there for Peterson, though, to take the lead. Cadence Bartlett from Cheyenne goes from one end, a little bit wide on that first pole. Now starts bringing it through. Man, these girls are really letting these horses run and just get through. This is some fast pole bending.
Getting after it this afternoon.
And 2 poles in a row. It's going to be a 10-second penalty for Bartlett. I think it's a 28.93 for Bartlett, if my hearing didn't let me down.
Isabel Loeffler out of Cheyenne will be next, followed by Gracie Scogan of Casper.
Loeffler goes from one end to the other. Round 1. Doing a good job directing that horse through the poles. And now sets it up. Barely through that last pole. You watched her look back because she could feel it. 24.010, good enough for third place for Isabel Loeffler. I'll bring up Gracie Scogan from Casper.
Followed by Gracie Hardiman of Wilson, and then Melanie Vigorin of Pavilion. Here we go.
All right, this is Gracie Scogan from Casper. Round 1, and now starts her first pass through the poles. Good job here and around. Nice tight turn around the in pole on the first time, starting her second pass. Now a little wide there. Now looking to go home. It is Gracie Scogan. 23.147. They're all chasing. Carly Peterson with the 21-176.
Gracie Hardman out of Wilson will be next, followed by Melanie Vigorin of Pavilion and Casey Carr out of Jackson Hole.
And it looks like we are going to drag right now. Still to come, we've got Peyton Bischoff from Level. On top of that, we also have, of course, Hadley Thompson. We've talked a lot about her today. Horse from Yoder.
We have 7 out of the top 10 remaining.
Yep, just getting started in our final event. But if how quick the barrel racing is any indication, then that is going to be very quick to get to the end of this one today. Also, Ava Reno out of Gillette will be coming up a little bit later on. So too is Cedar Stewart from Big Piney.
Sheridan Cowgirl Abigail Olson.
Yep. Abigail Olson, we saw her earlier in the rodeo. We've seen a lot of these cowgirls earlier in the rodeo as well.
I would say most of them are in 3 to 4 events.
Yep. And if you're a Hadley Thompson, you're looking to win 3 state championships.
If not 4.
Yeah. Also, we'll see Christian Schwartz at some point tonight.
Here we go with Gracie Hardman out of Wilson.
Here's Gracie Hardman, one of the top breakaway ropers in the state. Pretty good pole bender as well, as she is looking very calm through here. Directing that horse around, gets around the final pole. Here she comes, trying to beat that 21-176. (21-2-4). That will put her in second place. So good job there by Hardiman. Melanie Vigorin out of Pavilion will be our next cowgirl. Remember, go to one end of the pattern. Ooh, came up wide a little bit. Now you need to get her through the pole. And now she's just going to take a no
Broken
time.
pattern,
Yep. That's a shame. Casey Carr out of Jackson will be the next cowgirl.
Followed by Jean Scott out of Casper and Jamie Adamson out of Buffalo.
Carr slowly walking this one forward. That horse wants to get going. She's going to turn her loose. There it is. Man, you can see how fast this horse is already. Carr gets from one end. Now starts the weave. Oh, knocks one over. That's 5. Comes around the final pole on the other end. Now starts the second weave. And around the final one, but it's going to be +5 for Casey Carr. (26-3-3-1) for Casey Carr. Jean Scott out of Casper will be next up. That 26-3-3-1 puts Carr into 6th place. Jean Scott from Casper. Everybody's still chasing Carly Peterson with the 21.176. Scott goes to the end of the poles, now starts the pass. Good job through the first pass. Looks to be clean. Had to slow down and get that horse back around the poles to keep the pattern, and now she'll come around the final pole. It's going to be a clean run, but the bobble at the end of the first pass is going to cost her. 24.083 for Jean Scott. Jamie Adamson from Buffalo will be the next cowgirl to go.
Jamie Addison is the number 5 ranked cowgirl. She was in Laramie last weekend with a 21.714. Big white horse here.
Yep. Adamson gets around the first pass clean, but enters the second pass. She's going to pick up a penalty. That's a 5-second penalty coming up for Jamie Adamson for Buffalo. 26.470. They're going to drag, but still to come. As part of our best 35, we've got Riley Griffiths. Or Griffiths, excuse me. From Wheatland. Also still to come will be Tiana Jelovich from Gillette.
Hannah Norris out of Thermopolis. Devlin Cole from Sheridan.
As we are entering hour number 5 of our broadcast. I had to do the math in my head for a second. Hannah Norris from Thermopolis also coming up later on in the program.
After we get done raking here, we'll come back with the number 1 cowgirl in pole bending.
Oh, you don't want to miss that one.
Tessa Sanderson out of Sundance. Last week in Laramie on Saturday, she ended up 4th with a 21 and 371. So have to do a little better than that to take over the lead this week.
Yeah, a blistering time put down by Carly Peterson of Buffalo.
Peyton Linneman from Rosette will follow Tessa Sanderson. Sunday last week in Laramie, she was 8th with a 22 and 750. And here comes Tessa.
This is the number 1 girl in the state.
Look at that horse run. You can see why.
Yep. Already. And now, how tight does she cut those poles? Well, thing is it's not super tight, but she is straight down the center of it. That horse has got some agility. Oh, and she knocks over the 3rd barrel. But you know why? She's the number 1 cowgirl in the state. It's going to be a 5-second penalty. 25-8-13. It was a 28-13. That would have taken the lead, but unfortunately 25-8-13 for Tessa Sanderson. We will see her in Rock Springs in June.
For sure.
Peyton Linneman out of Rosette will be the next cowgirl to go.
She'll be followed by Catherine Weiss out of Farson and Peyton Bischoff out of Lovell.
Waiting for the arrival of Linneman. And we still got a lot more to come. Ireland Campbell, one of them. Of course, Campbell representing Shoshone.
Here we go with Peyton Linneman.
Linneman, clean run so far. Again, that 21-176 by Carly Peterson of Buffalo is the
down the last pole.
Time to beat. $26,230. That would have been a $21,230. Would have put her in 2nd place. Catherine Weiss will be next. Then you've got Peyton Bischoff from Lovell and Hadley Thompson out of Yoder in the hole. This is Catherine Weiss from Farson. Taking it from one end to the other. Weiss around the first one. Actually, this might be Peyton Bischoff, actually, from Lovell. I think we might have had a turnout from Catherine Weiss. $23,199. That was Bischoff. So now here's Hadley Thompson from Yoder. So Weiss turned out $23,199 from Bischoff. Here's Hadley Thompson from Yoder. Number 1 cowgirl in the state in the all-around. Looking good here. Pole bending seems to be the one that she's not number 1 in. But there's a chance here to go big time. Here comes Hadley Thompson. Is it enough? 20.773. 20.773. And Thompson does take the lead.
Is there anything this cowgirl can't do?
Apparently not. 20.773. I'm wondering why she's, 7th in this event with a run like that. Maybe she doesn't run it as many of the others. But Hadley Thompson is now your number 1 girl in the pole bending right now as we go to drag. Let's go ahead and take a look at our ready results board right now. It is Hadley Thompson, the 20.773 in first. Carly Peterson from Buffalo with a 21.176 in second. Gracie Hardiman from Wilson with a 21.24. Aislinn Vroman from Riverton with a 21.87. And your top 5 wrapped up by Gracie Scogan from Casper with a 23.147. Pole bending brought to you by Water of Life. Call 307-230-0406.
Improving and purifying your air and water is what we do. Give us a call today to find out how we can help you.
Again, that's 307-230-0406. Still to come, some of the best in the state, including Audrey Kremer from Cody.
She'd be your number 6 cowgirl in the state. After we get done with the rake here, looks like we're ready to go with Ava Reno out of Gillette.
And Reno.
She'll be followed by Cedar Stewart of Big Piney, Abigail Olson of Sheridan. Here we go with Ava.
Here we go. Indeed. Reno, went a little bit wide. So she's going to calm things down and now relaunch. Around the final pole on the first pass begins the second weave. Good job. Look at the horsemanship from these young ladies as Reno brings this one towards the line, and a time of 23.390 for Ava Reno. 23.390. It's a respectable time that will put her in 7th place. Cedar Stewart from Big Piney will be next to go. Still to come, though, we have Caitlin Moore.
And here goes Cedar.
Yep, Cedar Stewart from Big Piney. She looks
Good, clean run.
Here she comes. Looking to stop the clock. $21.072. We didn't know how fast that was, but man, 21.072. That puts her in 2nd place. Great run by Cedar Stewart. Abigail Olson from Sheridan will be your next cowgirl up.
Abigail is your number 8 cowgirl in the state. Christian Schwartz from Torrington will follow, and then Riley Griffiths from Wheatland.
Here comes Abigail Olson. Good job starting the first pass. Look at this horse just move side to side. Oh, but unfortunately going to knock over a pole at the end of the first pass. And there's the second one. It's going to be a 10-second penalty coming up for Abigail Olson at the end of this run, as she'll just go ahead and ease up. 30.99. That was going to be a blistering run, but the penalty kind of ends it.
Kristen Schwartz out of Torrington will be next, followed by Riley Griffiths of Wheatland and Tiana Jolovich out of Gillette.
We got a few more to come. Not a lot more, only 35 pole benders here at this one.
Here we go with Kristen Schwartz.
Schwartz gallops towards one end of the pattern, now starts the weave. Oh, that's one down. That's a 5-second penalty. Comes around the first pole of the first pass. Oh, knocks down poles. Oh, 4, 5, and 6. 15 seconds at the end of the day for Christian Schwartz.
$37,925.
37,925. Now brings up Riley Griffiths from Wheatland.
Riley will be followed by Tiana Jolovich of Gillette and Hannah Norris of Thermopolis. Here we go with Riley.
Riley Griffiths from Wheatland. Doing a good job weaving through the barrels, or the poles rather. I don't know why I said that one. Oh, unfortunately, it's a 5-second penalty. Oh, and has to reverse it back. And now comes through that final pole. Just wants to get a final time. She's just going to go and gallop to the finish line. Actually, they're going to give her a no time on that one, unfortunately, for Riley Griffiths.
Next, we'll go to Tiana Jolovich of Gillette, followed by Hannah Norris of Thermopolis and Devlin Cole of Sheridan. After the rake, of course.
Yep. Still to come, we'll see Dolly Wilson, excuse me, from Jackson. I think we called her Dolly earlier. We apologize about that, but it is Dolly.
Everybody's still chasing the time set by Hadley Thompson out of Yoder of 20.773.
We'll also see Camry Davis out of Buffalo.
Cedar Stewart in second right now with 21.072 for the cowgirl out of Big Piney.
Yep. It's been a fun event to end what has been a fun day here at the Sweetwater Events Complex.
It's been an absolute blast today.
Yep. And I'll tell you what, if this is just a taste of what we will expect here on mylocalradio.com for the state finals, you have got to tune in, because it will be must-see TV. 5 straight days of rodeo, 6 straight days, Monday through, well, actually, I guess Tuesday through Saturday is when we will be here. It is going to be so much fun. You don't want to miss it. And most importantly, if you've got family competing at the state finals, we got you covered, and you can't make it to Rock Springs, or you just want to watch some of the future greats in the sport of rodeo, bookmark mylocalradio.com. We will be here for the state finals here in Rock Springs this June. Cannot wait to see how that goes.
All right, Tiana Jolovich out of Gillette. Here we go with Tiana.
Here comes Jolovich. Little wide on that first one. Now directs it around the pole. Really trying to get things going here. Tiana Jolovich from Gillette looking for a clean run, and she will have it. Here she comes for the finish line. Stops the clock. 22.796. That's actually a really good run. That puts her in 6th place. Hannah Norris out of Thermopolis will be next to go.
And it'll be followed by Devlin Cole out of Sheridan and Katie Rice out of Buffalo.
Norris takes it to the end of the pattern. Now starts the weave through. Job here just putting this through. Comes around the end pole. Now heads towards the next one. She is clean. Headed towards the finish line. And stops the clock. 22.495. That will actually put her in 6th place. It looked good. I'll now bring up Devlin Cole out of Sheridan. Here she comes. Gets around one end pole. Buckskin horse kind of put a little bit of a break on there.
A little bit of Appaloosa in it.
Yep. Brings this one around. Oh, wow. What a move there from Devlin Cole. We'll have to check that out on the Cowboy Days replay board. Check this out. She's starting her pole or journey and then comes around and just somehow is able to keep that one up. Great run there from Devlin Cole. I think it was 22.224, but I'm not sure.
All right.
That's unofficial.
Katie Rice is out now.
Katie Rice from Buffalo. It's around. Looking good here. And Rice brings it home. 21.207. And that will put her in 4th place. I think Devlin Cole is a 22.204, but I'm not sure that these are unofficial results. Here's Ireland Campbell from Shoshone. Doing a good job. Pulling it through here. Now it comes around. Good looking run here from Ireland Campbell. Representing Shoshone. Here she comes. Sending this one towards the finish. 22.657 for Ireland Campbell. 22.657 for Ireland Campbell. And it looks like we're going to drag now. So let's look at our ready results board. It's Hadley Thompson from Yoder with a 20.773 on top. Cedar Stewart from Big Pine with a 21.072. Carly Peterson from Buffalo with a 21.176. Katie Rice from Buffalo with a 21.207. And Gracie Hardiman with a 21.240. Wraps up our top 5 right now. Still to come, we've got 10 more pole benders. They'll start with Peyton Lindemann from Rosette, then Audrey Kremer from Cody, Caitlin Moore from Wright, Adeline Norstogard will also be up.
Audrey Kramer is your number 6 cowgirl. Caitlin Moore is your number 2 cowgirl. And Adeline Nostegard is number 10.
So we got some big names in pole bending here in Wyoming coming up.
Audrey Kramer last weekend in Laramie was 3rd place with a 21 and 370.
Our pole bending brought to you by Water of Life, 307-230-0406.
Improving and purifying your air and water is what we do. Give us a call today to find out how we can help you.
That's Water of Life at 307-230-0406. Well, I'll tell you what, Matt, I am giddy with excitement for the state finals coming up in June after our experience here today.
I've been sitting here trying to imagine what it's going to look like, and I just can't come up with the right picture
I know.
to do it justice.
It's going to feel, with the talent we've got here, it's going to feel like short goes are going to be.
Every day.
Yeah. It's going to be a lot of fun. Coming out first, it will be Audrey Kremer Peyton Linneman from Rosette. But sitting in first place is Hadley Thompson, 20.773 for the number 1 all-around cowgirl in the state. She's number 1 in the barrels, number 1 in the breakaway, number 1 in the goats.
Soon to be number 1 in the polls.
Maybe if this momentum continues.
I believe this is Audrey Kremer.
Yep. Yeah, this is Audrey Kremer out of Cody. So Peyton Linneman from Rosette is a turnout. Kremer, though, mentioned she's towards the top of the board in the state standings, and it's easy to see why. Look at this run from Audrey Kremer. Starts to send it home. What will the time be? Is it enough? 20.478, and she goes to the lead. Kremer out of Cody with a 20.478 is your new leader. So Kremer overtakes Thompson.
Caitlin Moore right now is your number 2 cowgirl in the state.
Let's see what she can do to follow up that run there. 20.478 by Kremer. Now the top of the board. Good one going here from Caitlin Moore. Sending it home. It's going to be close. 19.867 by Caitlin Moore, the number 2 cowgirl in the state. 19.867. We were wondering, how do you follow up Kremer? How about go sub 20? And Caitlin Moore is now your new leader.
That was an amazing run.
Heard Cullen Pace say to my left, she's got a run going here. And sure enough, she was right.
Adeline Nostegard out of Gillette, number 10 cowgirl in the state.
Yep. She can get something done here. Nostegard through one. Now starting that pass. Comes around. Nice tight turn around that end pole. Here she comes again. And she's clean. She's going to send it for the line. Trying to challenge. You got to be sub 20 now. 21-2-3-1 for Nostegard. That will put her in 7th place. Next up will be Callie Bowman.
Callie Bowman out of Gillette. Last weekend, she was 7th on Saturday, 22.525, and 4th on Sunday with 21.878.
Bowman takes it to one end. Oh, and that horse just kind of hangs up a little bit. And she barely knocks over pole number 2 on the first pass. Here she comes on the second pass, already with a 5-second penalty as she brings it around. And Bowman will just 27-3-26 for Bowman. Just kind of gallops it towards the end. Morgan Watts out of Eden, number 30 out of 35, will be our next rider.
Should be followed by Dally Wilson out of Jackson and Camry Davis out of Buffalo.
And I think they might have turned her out. Oh, they were setting up the hole. Sorry. Saw the official give like a wave off signal. So, but here is Morgan Watts out of Eden. Man, these Cowboys and Cowgirls all day have been where they need to be and ready to go. This has felt like a PRCA at times with everyone ready to go here. Probably helps that all the events taking place in one arena. Yeah, makes for a longer, maybe makes for technically a longer day, but this has been running smooth without a hitch all day. Morgan Watts from Eden to get across the line. 23-260 for Eden's Morgan Watts. They're going to drag, and then we'll finish it out. Let's take a look at our top 5 on the results board, brought to you by Ready. Safety and excellence in industrial services since 1982. In 5th place, it's Carly Peterson of Buffalo with a 21.176. 4th place, Cedar Stewart from Big Piney with a 21.072. Hadley Thompson from Yoder in 3rd place with a 20.773. Audrey Kremer from Cody with a 20.478. But on top, it is the absolute rocket ride we saw from Caitlin Moore out of Wright. A 19.867, Matt Petrie.
I cannot believe a 19-second ride. Looking through last week, the top ride was in the 21 range in Laramie.
Well, we heard that she was number 2 in the state. She is challenging for a state title in Rock Springs. I can assure you of that when we are back here in June. The final rake, the final event, and unfortunately our time in Rock Springs this afternoon is about to come to an end, but not before we get 4 more runs here in our final event, the pole bending, brought to you by Water of Life. Call 307-230-0406.
Water of Life, improving and purifying your air and water is what we do. Give us a call today to find out how we can help you.
And of course, we absolutely have to thank our headline sponsor, Addicted Power Sports. Summer is right around the corner. That means it'll soon be time to get out the ATVs, the side-by-sides, the dirt bikes. And our friends at Addicted Power Sports in Evanston can help you out, whether it's for work or play. Check out Addicted Power Sports' selection of dirt bikes, road bikes, ATVs, and side-by-sides. Addicted Power Sports, Evanston, Wyoming, 307-789-7533. Well, we're set for our final group here in the pole bending. It'll be Dally Wilson out of Jackson to lead things off, followed by Camry Davis of Buffalo, Shada Meester, from Rosette, Jordan Mormon from Gillette, and then it'll all end with Faye Hillier out of Kinnear. Here comes Dally Wilson of Jackson. Wilson through the first pass, good. Now starts her second weave. Oh, and knocks over pole number 2. It's a 5-second, and there goes pole number 5. It's a 10-second penalty coming up for Dally Wilson for Jackson. 31.83, I believe, for Dally Wilson. So it was a 21.83. Instead of going into 8th, Wilson will unfortunately be looking towards the bottom.
Camry Davis out of Buffalo will be up next, followed by Shada Lesmeister out of Rosette.
Camry Davis from Buffalo. Next cowgirl to go. Only 4 more pole bending performances we have here for you today. Here she comes, Camry Davis from Buffalo, from one end to the other. Starts the first pass through the course. Oh, and just brushes pole number 4 and pole number 1 on the other end. It's going to be a 10-second, make it 15-second penalty for Camry Davis, as she'll go ahead and just let the horse gallop to the finish. 36.986 for Camry Davis. Once they get the pole set up, it'll be Shada Lesmeister from Rosettes. Due up.
Shada had some pretty good runs last week in Laramie. She had a 22.490 and a 22.095.
22.095. That would put her in the top 10. So this is a cowgirl well capable of getting inside that top 10. Picking up the points. Remember, first place gets 10 points. Second place, 9, and so on and so forth throughout the top 10. Lesmeister goes from one end now. Oh! And it's pole 4 yet again. So Lesmeister will just have to reset and regroup and get ready for her next ride. They're going to have a timed event rodeo. $26,686 for Shada Lesmeister. They're going to have a timed event rodeo tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. We won't be here, but it'll be another opportunity for these pole benders to get out there and get some points. Remember, it's 10 points for first place, 9 points for second place, so on and so forth.
Jordan Mormon out of Gillette here.
All the way through the top 10. And then whoever has the most points after the short go at the state finals will be your state champion. Unfortunately, a 10-second penalty coming for Jordan Mormon for Gillette. And she's just going to let her horse kind of trot through it. Ooh. And it's a 15-second penalty. And she'll just kind of pull up on the reins. No need to push the horse, risk injury in this one. $28.16.5 plus 15 would be $43.16.5, if I'm not mistaken.
Had to take off my boots to count that number, but I got it.
I'm going to type it in a calculator really quick just to make sure. 28 plus 15.
Here's our final contestant of the day.
It is 43. Here comes Faye Hillier from Kinnear. Yep. Through one. Doing a good job. You can hear her talking with that horse throughout the entire run. Hey, check this out. Faye Hillier going to end it with a clean run. Here she comes towards the finish. What's it going to be? 21.93 for Faye Hillier. And that will put her in the top 10. Faye Hillier is going to pick up some points here in Rock Springs. 21.93 for Hillier. And let's go to our results board, brought to you by Ready. It's Caitlin Moore of Wright with the win with a 19.867. She was the number 2 cowgirl in the state coming into today. We'll see if that's the case coming out of it. Audrey Kremer from Cody with a 20.478. Hadley Thompson from Yoder with a 20.773. Cedar Stewart from Big Piney with a 21.072. Wrapping up your top 5 is Carly Peterson from Buffalo with a 21.176. That is our pole bending, brought to you by Water of Life. Call 307-230-0406.
Improving and purifying your air and water is what we do. Give us a call today to find out how we can help.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at our final results, brought to you by Ready Services. Let's kick it off, or excuse me, Ready, not Ready Services. Let's kick it off in the bareback riding. Your top 5, it is Grady Edwards from Gillette with 57. Ian Smith from Pinedale with 59. Jacob Cook from Green River with 65. Rhodey Farrell from Thermopolis in second place with 74. Taking the 10 points, it'll be Tucker Caricato out of Saratoga, the reigning national champion, puts up a 76. Moving on to the steer wrestling, Carson Ewing was number 2. He's number 1 here today, taking 10 points with a 6.68. Cole Kriegmeyer out of Jackson with a 7-19 in second. Jace Mayfield from Midwest with an 8-55. Trenton Sheehan from Rosette with a 12-16. Talon Larson from Gillette with a 24-05. Dane Humes from Moorcroft with a 28-16. That is your steer wrestling standings. Your saddle bronc riding results. Only 3 qualified rides. It's Colby Smith from Burns with a 61. Rhodey Marsh from Minutair with a 67, but the day belongs to Ryan Nunn out of Level with a 68. Our team roping. In 10th place, it's Burke Austin from... Oh, wrong one. That's team roping out of Spanish Fork. So we'll move on to the bull riding at Rock Springs here. Only 2 qualified rides. Owen Monfelt from Cody with a 67. Hayden Welsh gets on a re-ride bull, a wild one, and rides them for 70 points. Our barrel racing here. The top 10, it's Casey Carr from Jackson. In 10th place, Catherine Vineyard from Level. In 9th, Kaylee Bowman from Gillette. In 8th, Dylan Thar from Douglas. In 7th, Rosette's Peyton Linneman from Rosette, in 6th. Your top 5, Katie Rice from Buffalo. And then Rayleigh Caldwell from Gillette in 4th. Chloe Nichols from Boulder in 3rd. Shada Lesmeister from Rosette in 2nd. But the day belongs to Sydney Jones out of Farson with a 15.597. The goat tying. Gene Scott in 10th out of Casper. Eden's Morgan Watts in 9th. Douglas Dylan Thar takes 8th. Yoder's Hadley Thompson takes 7th. Carmen Farrell from Thermopolis takes 6th. Your top 5, Riley Griffiths from Wheatland. Katie Rice from Buffalo in 4th. Casey Carr from Jackson in 3rd. Grady Pendleton from Manila in 2nd. And with a time of 6-40, it's Rayleigh Caldwell out of Gillette taking the goat tying. In the tie-down roping, in 10th place, it's Bridger Peel out of Thermopolis with a 25-77. Kate Thar from Rosette with a 22-98. Carter Hutchison from Rosette with a 22-79. Bodie Coombs from Wellington, Colorado with a 21-44. In 6th place, it's Keaton Hayden from Gillette with a 18-69. Your top 5, Austin Pixley of Sundance with a 15-55. The number 1 cowboy in the state, Jace Mayfield from Midwest with a 15-28. Sid Peterson from Torrington with a 14-85. Hazen Camino from Buffalo with a 14-02, but Kyler Clark from Yoder takes the win with a 12-59. In the breakaway roping, 10th place goes to Casey Kosmecki from Yoder. 9th to Tacey Jones out of Farson. Gillette's Sydney Odakoven finishes 8th. Camry Davis from Buffalo finishes 7th. Dylan Thar from Douglas finishes 6th. Rounding out the top 5, it's Katie Rice from Buffalo. Corlin Slattery from Rosette takes 4th. Levels Catherine Vineyard takes 3rd place. 2nd place to Hadley Thompson of Yoder. And with a blistering 2-16, it's Kaylee Hutchinson from Rosette, your breakaway champion. In the team roping, Sydney Odakoven and Haley Fenner from Gillette Moorcroft in 10th. Adam Bellis from Buffalo and Hazen Camino from Buffalo in 9th. Grady Pendleton and James Coxbill from Manila and Laramie in 8th. Cannon Campbell and Cade Thar from Shoshone and Rosette in 7th. Cam Johnson and Cade Espenshide from Buffalo and Big Piney in 6th. In top 5, it's Ava Reno and Trig Thompson from Gillette and Cheyenne. Hometown team of Sage Romero from Rock Springs and Gatlin Pendleton from Manila in 4th. In 3rd place, it's Talon Larson from Gillette and Cashton Reynolds from Rosette. Coy Baumhoff and Jace Rourke from Cheyenne and Gillette was our first team out. They survived all the way until the end when Royce Breeden from Carpenter and Kai Clark from Yoder put up a 5-65 to win the team roping. And our pole bending top 10, it's Faye Kelher from Kinyer, our last cowgirl out, gets in the top 10. Aislinn Vroman from Riverton with a 21-87. She was one of the first out. Gracie Hardiman from Wilson with a 21-24 in 8th. In 7th place, it's Adeline Norstergaard from Gillette. In 6th place, it's Katie Rice from Buffalo. Your top 5, Carly Peterson from Buffalo. 4th place, Cedar Stewart from Big Piney. 3rd place, it's the superstar from Yoder, Hadley Thompson. Third place, Audrey Kremer from Cody. And with a jaw-dropping 19.867, the day belongs to Caitlin Moore of Wright. How about that for our recap as we close things down here at Rock Springs? Matt, your final thoughts.
I cannot say enough about this rodeo, and trying to imagine what June is going to look like is amazing.
It's tickling me pink just thinking about it.
Three rodeos over the last 2 weekends. This is everything I thought it would be.
Absolutely.
So want to remind folks, too, that if you missed any of those rodeos, they are archived on mylocalradio.com.
And that is going to end our broadcast here at Rock Springs, Wyoming's Saturday performance here at the Wyoming High School Rodeo Association Rock Springs Rodeo. On behalf of our producer in Evanston, we have Colton Bagley. Our webmaster is Sean Hando. Our executive producer is the great Val Cook. Our sales manager and my broadcast partner is Matt Petrie. Our sales associates is Julie Burley and Sarah Pay. Our office manager is Kayleen Anderson. Our cameraman today is Cullen Pace. The rest of the staff at My Local Radio Sports, we have voice of the Bridger Valley, Mr. Dennis Bedwell, voice of the Rich Rebels in Utah, Mr. Aaron Pulling, voice of the Preston Indians in Idaho, Mr. Dan Hubbard, voice of the Jackson Hole Bronx, Mr. Jake Nichols, voice of the West Side Pirates in Idaho, my good friend Cody Olson. I'm Elan Olliff saying it's been a pleasure to have you along with us, and we will see you on our next stop on the Addicted Power Sports High School Rodeo Series. It is the Wyoming High School State Finals Rodeo right here in Rock Springs, June 6th through the 10th on mylocalradio.com. Follow us at My Local Radio Sports on Facebook for more information. It has been a pleasure. Thank you guys so much, and have a great weekend.
The proceeding has been a wholly owned production of MyLocalRadio.com and Cook Brothers Broadcasting, LLC, no portion of which may be used or rebroadcast without the express written consent of Cook Brothers Broadcasting, LLC. Thank you for joining us for this sports presentation on MyLocalRadio.com.